Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that any better?
Should we look now, Mike? Do you think we should adjourn and set up the public address system?
30 minutes just to set the room.
I think it's, to be fair to you, the public, we can get access to the PA system, can't we? They mentioned it, the PA system. Can we set that up?
We have no idea how to.
Wait, is there someone here from the, because when we came here yesterday, the people in charge said there is a PA system.
There is literally one microphone.
That's fine. I think as long as the microphone.
Exactly.
Even
if we have to share it.
I don't know how we get that into the Zoom meeting though. That's not something.
Oh gosh.
So
It's more important I heard here.
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
And the Zoom microphone presumably will pick up what's in the room anyway. So
Yeah,
Should we adjourn for 10 minutes and just try and get you the microphone?
Yeah.
Okay. So it could be maybe I think that's like that.
No, that's fine. Okay, everyone. Can you hear me? We're going to adjourn because we're having difficulties with the numbers that we've got coming in, and we're having difficulties with sound.
Sorry, we can't hear a word. Adjourn for half an hour while we organise our
Sorry.
I think a lot of people are actually just going to sign and go.
Okay, that would be helpful.
It will be helpful.
Because I don't think it's very wise. Well, tell them it's busy. But when I do the opening, there'll be a point where I ask. That's okay. If you want to see that, so just do it. All right. There's some seats in there. Wow.
This is rubbish. Car park out is full. People standing.
Do you want me to say something? Yeah, go for it.
So if I unmute that, it should be. Going through the right here. So it should be. So the speaker's not on this one. So we don't want the speakers on, but we do want the microphone on. So is that sending through now? No. So the microphone is hearing things. The difficulty we have is we're not getting audio from the device. We should be going the Zoom meeting on the computer, should be picking the audio, and then it should be able to play that back through the speakers via the computer there. And that's not working. The problem is people keep mentioning this sound it's not have any way to link to Zoom. And it was actually working, yeah. It was actually working correctly.
Would you like to say?
So this isn't muted now. So this ought to be. I need that. As I say something to that. No? There's something to that.
Oh, hang on. Speak again.
Testing.
Really faint. Sort of thing. I can hear it.
Testing. Right. Okay. Is it the same on that one then?
Hang on.
Yeah. I haven't got the microphone turned on this one at the moment, so let me turn the microphone back on. Testing. 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 It's absolutely horrible.
That's
Lots and lots of. Okay. Okay, how's that? Is that playing in the audio? Yep.
It doesn't work. YouTube link.
I think that's okay. So we're getting to.
Are you getting the link?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I'll
Sorry.
Anything on
The
your
new?
computer?
On my computer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Daniel, go ahead.
What?
To check the YouTube.
No. Right, so it's not coming from any of these computers.
It's not coming from any of those computers.
Why don't we ring up Martin and go in? Hey.
If I can do that. Audio output, I need to take the machine away from that to test this.
All right. Yeah. Your default speakers change to headphones audio.
I unplugged that with this one and I suspect. It's what we
How about
need.
if I download Zoom on my phone?
What I'm thinking is if we have that microphone and just have that one microphone, we just have to cope with that. And then we have the microphone tap on one laptop to get the sound from the speakers. And it's got the speakers turned off, so it's not the audio band. And that way, if you just have one that sounds input source and speakers that can output the output in the hall, that's just picking up that sound. Then you're back there, that makes sense.
Yeah, but can that microphone pick up everyone here?
It might have to get rid of this, but it's not an ideal solution. But I don't know how
got third party data. So all of this, you set up this.
I've just been Googling, no experience application. If you Google South Somerset District Council, Castle Cary Public Inquiry, the live stream is on YouTube. Now, so if anyone, and it goes, it says, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. So you just Google South Somerset District Council, Castle Cary Public Inquiry, live stream, and you will find it. So I would pass it on to as many friends as possible. I couldn't find the link on the town council website, but it does lead through. So YouTube.
Can you put it on Cary Road?
And just bring
If I can, bear with me.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mike Lewis. What I said to some who've asked me how we should proceed, the thing is that we've got speakers who've already put down to speak and for them to remain. My concern is that if there are still too many people in this room and it has to be adjourned, there isn't a bigger venue in this area. And my concern would be that we would have to travel further afield. So the question is, if you appear to listen, it might be helpful if you're able to look at it on Zoom, because the point has already been made. There's a vast number of residents here.
We didn't need video from States.
Today, then it will be adjourned and go
just
elsewhere, which means people will either have to travel or they will find it more difficult to take part. It's entirely up to you, but I think it would be helpful if there are some more people able to look at it on Zoom when they're at home. I'm not saying don't, but I'm just trying to indicate the options.
Mike, I support that. Good suggestion. We've got a perfect good interesting moment. I go back to one.
Okay, thank you. If you could all make sure that you signed in when you came today. Look, you're talking to a tech lobby. Yeah. Do you know? Okay, so this one in that question.
It's streamed on YouTube, that's the link. And yes, it tells you how many people are watching on YouTube.
That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Yeah, well, that I don't know. I was just asked by members of the public to try and make the point that it would be better for the inquiry to take place today than to adjourn it to.
Well, have you rung was it the
Yeah, so yeah, the district council is saying that the numbers are taken into account on YouTube.
Attending today and also have been herself, so she does know the public interest in that. So I think that's all.
Sorry,
know who's pro and who's against.
That's why I'm saying interesting, that can't possibly.
Well, surely we should all be doing vote, you can vote. You say who's for this, who's against.
It's,
I'm not sure that we're able to do that because this is the inspector's inquiry, and it's the district council that have provided the venue, and it may be that, you know, I'm not sure where an alternative venue would be.
This is not, why is it a shambles speak as well?
Like you, attending here, wanting to
Fix that, the rest of it's all
but
fine.
since there are so many people here, I'm sorry.
Everybody who's standing at the moment. We're complying with what we've been asked. There are spare seats here at the moment. There are people standing. They care to come and sit on the seat. Can we not continue?
Okay, let me see if the inspector is happy with that. If people were willing to sit on a seat rather than.
Speaking. Hello. 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 Okay.
And it's anybody who wants to observe and hear what is going on. As the inspector has announced already, there is plainly some difficulty with the numbers in this room.
here that we're going to push ahead today, but we're going to give people a chance to get home and get online. But we're going to thin out as well what we're going to do this morning. So we're going to, because I appreciate some of you have turned up and you're expecting to speak this morning, so I'm in a bit of a catch-22, so hopefully you can bear with me on it. What we're thinking of doing is at about 11 o'clock, we're going to hear openings from either side and hear from interested people today, so that those that have turned up who want to make representations, I can hear. We may well call it a day on that today and regroup, see if we can organise a better venue and so on. Can I just check with you, Ms. Robson, thoughts on that? I appreciate it's a little bit unexpected.
Everybody who wants to be heard needs to be heard. Everybody who wants to observe needs to be able to observe. Everybody who wants to participate in this inquiry as a member of the public needs to be given the opportunity to do so. Going back in time, started on submissions. Everybody needs to be given the chance to participate one way or another. Plainly, this room is not big enough for the number of people that attend this. There are a number of seats that are now free. If we can take the submissions of local people today, if everybody has the opportunity to observe those and to provide any comments which they wish to you, Mark, and then I think you're right to then take a pause to see how we might better continue for the rest of the inquiry. Many people have made an effort to come out today, and that should be an excellent perspective.
Okay, and I'm just going to check people again. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. For those who, my name is Sasha White, UCI representative elements in this matter. I think I probably don't have much to add to Mr. Robson. Obviously, it is a concern if anyone who wants to attend has been unable to attend. And yeah, I think your proposed course of action is appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yes.
Could I just add that if you do change the venue, it remains a public inquiry. It can't go into any sort of different sense.
Yeah. Okay. I think that sounds like an option then. So hopefully it won't put you out too much if we come back at 11 or we can stay seated. But we're going to kick off officially at 11 o'clock. Okay. And just to say, I know there is some upset and ill feeling in the room, but I come here to look at the evidence and really if we can try and be, things happen, we didn't expect these numbers as I explained, so if we can try and be as courteous to each other in spite of the problems, that would really help things as well. Yes.
Can I just ask, why they might be done this morning? Have they registered? If not, have they got time to do it now?
Who registered to speak? When I do my opening, when I actually get to open this inquiry, I'll ask if anyone else wants to register. So that would be a good time for them to come and register your wishes to speak then. Okay, so that will be starting at 11. All right, any other comments at all? Yes.
In view of the numbers that have been here today, obviously it's the opening day of the inquiry, and I'm convinced that here to speaking. The rest of the day, there may not be so many people. Therefore, I feel that this venue will be suitable to take on for the rest of the next 4 days. And that should be considered before you talk about taking it to another location.
Absolutely. This is why I'm trying to take a bit of a breath.
We all have an interest
today.
And we're all here to express our interest.
Yeah, but you're probably not going to sit through 4 days.
I don't think the numbers that turned up this morning will turn up for 4 days.
Absolutely. I agree.
Friday might be another one, but let's see where it goes.
Absolutely, I agree with that completely. So this is why I think you're here. Hopefully, you know, you turned up, you want to speak, let's hear those opinions today, and then we will see where we are at the end of the day, all right? And obviously, if we can push forward, that would be great, rather than delay things. All right. Okay, lovely. Right, I'm going to just, we're going to wait till 11 and then we'll open up the show. All right. Okay.
Any more microphones?
Yeah. There we go.
Zoom audio, and it doesn't seem to be the audio, or at least for the YouTube, it doesn't seem to be the audio.
Is that right?
There's the I need the what's can you send me the invite for this? We need to fund for tomorrow a way of us all having microphones. So microphones for
the advocates, for the inspector, and for the witnesses.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do for the inspector is to do third parties making submissions today.
Yeah.
Adjourn until tomorrow whilst we sort out those microphones.
Hopefully it won't be too bad tomorrow. Where it's fine, the problem is they can't hear us at the back.
Yeah.
If it's like top 3 rows, it shouldn't be too much of an issue.
I just think we need to prep for it being for everyone being here.
Oh yeah, we'll do that.
If you can find a way of getting some microphones, whether it's importing the system from the council chamber or whatever.
So for those who are going home and want to be able to speak, do we have the login details so that they can log in because usually there's only one way?
Yeah. You should have probably written it down. Can you actually read that? That's
okay.
Sorry, 2 things. So it's the microphones for tomorrow. I wonder if we offer to the inspector, we do the week after next, another session for third parties who feel they may not have had a chance to speak. To do microphones with the source of tomorrow, which is next time, and then say to the inspector an evening session at some point the week after next to allow third parties who feel that they haven't had the chance to come on. So even if no one turns up, we've offered it, and whether it's here or at a big event. No, it's just it's a potential challenge. If I was the first one, I'd be for a JR to say,
yeah, even though
we're careful not to do it.
But if exactly.
You just told us to do that, so potentially.
So if that could take you yeah, okay. 3. Sorry. 6, 4, 5. I don't want to send him away.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ellie to work. So yeah, I will try to come to this very recent.
Okay, we need to know the lights.
I'm currently checking it, just need to speak into the microphone and see if it's actually picked up. Just thinking about this.
More journey. Just give us a chance to sort of
Just check.
Okay, yeah, so it's an option. We'll sort that. Yes. Yes, and the other option that Mr. White was talking about was whether we try to arrange an evening session, another opportunity for those who feel like maybe I'll be another test. It's the concern we had earlier of saying that we are in 4 days. Yes, and it's thinking about that. I think it's probably worth revising that. It's every opportunity. Also, it is a public inquiry. I suspect, as you know, it's going to get launched. That's going to go into areas.
Sorry, I've given him the link onto the Zoom and passcode, so he's going to join virtually.
Okay, yeah.
Just
Why did you go home?
he just said that he's going to be earlier.
Alternatively, you can write what you wanted to say, and you can put it in front of the inspector. That might.
I might see.
I can read it out. Potentially.
Yeah, okay. And I'm just going to I'll see if I can catch him in the car park.
I do think all good stuff. Well, I'm sure he's watching. Say something to that.
Hello, can you hear me? Is this working?
Are you on the SSDC people? Yes. I've just had a message come through this morning saying that if people are speaking from the hall, they can't hear them. So I think that everybody needs to use the microphone, all people have to speak. And then tomorrow, when we have examination, yeah. Just a thought.
Yeah. There's no way of getting people who are obviously they don't have it in written form. Sorry.
What we have going on here is that was automatically muting background noise, and it's converting speakers to
Try it
background
on.
noise. So I've just turned the mic back down.
Yeah.
So if you speak into the microphone, I'm speaking into it, I'll listen here.
This one here.
If you speak into the microphone.
Well,
Okay, cool. There we go. And that's the mess of all the audio settings again. So let me check the audio settings again quickly, because that will mess with all the audio settings.
I'm just going to test. Is that any good? Good. All right. Are you all right? Lovely. Okay. Got about a minute to go if we're getting fussy. Does anyone else make it 11 yet? 10:59. Should we do a countdown? I'll just wait till 11 on my laptop. Be absolutely fair, just in case someone's up. So. Okay, that's 11 o'clock, everyone. Thank you for being with us this morning. Just to say again, because you didn't hear me first time, good morning and welcome, and thank you all for attending. My name is Hayley Butcher, if you haven't worked that out already. And I am the inspector who's holding this inquiry. I'm just going to do an introduction as we normally would, but before I launch into that, I'm just going to explain what we're doing today because it's a little bit abnormal. So following some delays, the plan today now that we've got a workable room and we've got a few people here and we want to hear from you, we are going to kick things off. I'm going to open the inquiry, run through a few procedural bits and bobs, check who we've got for witnesses and so on, who we've got as interested parties who want to speak. We're going to hear openings from either side, and then we're going to hear from you guys. And we've got all day to do that, okay? Because we do have some technical problems. We may have some submissions coming in that I'm going to read out for people that aren't here, and so on. All right? Hopefully that all sounds workable. Okay, so let's push on then. So this inquiry is into an appeal made by Waikiki Farms Limited. I hope I pronounced that right, Waikiki? Waikiki. Good stuff, good. Waikiki Farms Limited and Andrew Hopkins Concrete Limited. And that's made under section 78, for those who want to know, of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990. And it's against the decision of South Somerset District Council to refuse outline planning permission the erection of 200 dwellings, 70 affordable, 130 open market, with associated highways, drainage, landscaping and public open space. And this is at land north of Amsford Hill, Amsford. Just to let you already know, I have a colleague here from the Planning Inspectorate, Philip Ware. He's at the rear of the room and he's observing this morning. In case we need it, Council, can you let us know about emergency evacuation procedures, please?
There's 2 doors there and there's a door there. There's also an exit there in the event of fire. So please do not panic.
Yeah, I probably could have worked that out myself. Yeah, there's doors all around in the event of a fire. Okay, so I'm going to start with appearances today, starting with the names of those who wish to speak at the inquiry. And I'm going to start on the appellant's side. So first of all, well, Mr. White, if you can introduce us to your witnesses, please, and yourself.
Yes, good morning, ma'am. Is that right? Can you hear me with this microphone? Is that right? Yeah. Wonderful. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sasha White, Sasha spelt with an S. White, as you'd expect, as the colour. I am of Queen's Counsel, and it is my pleasure to lead Mr. Nicholas Grant as my junior on this case, and I'm instructed by Roach Planning, ma'am, whose address I'm sure you have in correspondence. On behalf of the appellants, it is my intention to call 3 witnesses at this inquiry. Firstly, Miss Claire Brockhurst, who will give the landscape evidence. Secondly, Mr. Jeff Richards, who will deal with housing land supply. And then finally, Mr. Ian Roach, who will give the planning evidence.
Lovely, thank you.
You.
Okay, and the same on the council side, please.
Is that working there? Is that better? No? Is this silent? I've never been accused of having a quiet voice. First, my name is Philip Robson of Council, ma'am, and I intend to call 2 witnesses. First, Mr. Charles Crawford, who will deal with landscape matters, and you should have his proof and appendices. And then Mr. Jamie Wallace, who will deal with housing land supply and planning matters, ma'am, and you should have a proof of evidence and a rebuttal from Mr. Wallace.
Okay. Sorry. Right. Sorry. Okay. So there are other interested parties, obviously, that wish to speak at this public inquiry. I've got some names that I'm expecting, so I'll run through those first, and if there's anyone that I haven't got, and I'm sure there are others, we can move on to those after. So I'm going to start with Fletcher Robinson from CPRE Somerset. Lovely, okay. Kenneth Gray from Cary Town Council. Good. I'm not sure about this one. Mr. Chris Edwards from Amsford. Yeah. Lovely, okay, wonderful. Graham House from Cary and Amsford Group. Lovely. Vicky Nobles from Care for Cary. Brilliant. Dr. Mark May. Yes. Peckin from Cary History Society, lovely. Shirley Lane, wonderful. Tom Lennon.
Yep, called in on Zoom, thank you.
Oh, lovely, brilliant, thank you. And Gillian Price. Okay, good. Anyone else? Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, I'll start with you.
Thank you. My name's Chris Puncher. I just have a statement to read on behalf of the local GP surgery here in Cary.
Okay, just go a little bit slow for me, so it's Chris.
Chris Puncher, Puncher.
Yeah, and you are
representing the Millbrook surgery, the doctor's practice.
Okay. Okay, lovely. Yep, lady there, please.
Susan Foone, F for Freddie, O-N-E, Parish Paths Liaison Officer for North Cadbury Combined Parish Council.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen emails from you explaining, so wonderful. Yes, please.
Elizabeth Eaton, resident.
So it was Elizabeth
Eaton, E-A-T-O-N.
Resident. Yep. Yes, the lady there in the centre, waving now, yep.
Now, Macmorland Hunter, sorry, MC-MOR-LANG Hunter. I'm the secretary of the Friends Committee that manages the Woodland Trust, Tavern Wood, just behind the Rugby Club.
Okay. Yes, lady in the white and grey.
Mary-Ellen Robinson, that's Marie-Helen with an E on the end, Robinson, organiser of the online petition and a parish councillor at Cary Parish Council and chair of Lovington Primary School PTA. And local resident.
Okay, yeah. Yes, the man on the
Godfrey Jeff Phillips. Who else?
Godfrey.
Jeff Phillips.
Jeff Phillips, yeah.
Resident of Cary.
Yes, right, about
David Antel, resident of Antel.
So it's David Antel, would you say? Okay, local resident. Okay. Anyone else? No? Okay, I'll also just say whilst we're at this juncture that obviously the public inquiry is running all of this week if it does go ahead beyond today. So you're welcome to make representations later as well if you want to.
Yeah. No, sorry. There is one other representative who can't be here right now, but would like to be at the end.
Okay. Okay. What? You're saying she can't be here today, but
no, she can be here later this morning.
Oh, fine. Well, we've got all day. So
it's Helen Cleveland, Cleaveland.
Yeah.
Again, with local resident and C4C.
Okay. Lovely. Thank you for that. Okay, so obviously there's quite a few of us. So I guess as a general rule, if we can all have about 5 minutes or so each to speak, but we are flexible, so let's see how we go. But as a broad rule, that would be good. Obviously, I've seen representations. I've read those, both for the application and for the appeal. So broadly, hearing evidence over and over, and our petition isn't super useful, but also, we'll see how we go. Obviously, we'll see how we go. Right, so we've got an attendance list out in the hall. I'm just going to run through some just general housekeeping bits and bobs. Filming and recording. Is anyone filming or recording today? No. Okay. Notification letters. So I mean, obviously everybody knows about the inquiry very clearly, and I've seen copies of both letters, so that's not an issue today. Just to let everyone know as well, we had a case management call prior to this inquiry, which was held by Teams on the 5th of August 2021. That was with representatives of both the appellant and the council, and it was just to discuss procedural matters, although obviously we didn't discuss numbers at that time. That wasn't anticipated, but yes, the merits of the appeal were not discussed at that meeting. Okay, I'm going to move on now to proofs of evidence. So I've got proofs of evidence from both the appellants and council's witnesses. I've read those proofs, so I'd expect them to be largely taken as read. And for the purposes of this inquiry, I'm going to follow the procedure in the Town and Country Planning Appeal Determination by Inspectors Inquiries Procedure, England Rules 2000. Right, because we're playing this a little by ear, we know what we're doing today. We're doing the openings and we're hearing from interested parties. So if we get to a point tomorrow that we're able to continue and hear more evidence, I'll run through that then, how we're going to deal with that. Right, so time estimates. So this inquiry is scheduled 4 days this week. It's the 9th to the 12th of November. Plus, we've also got the 24th of November in the diary. Has anything changed? I think we checked this with the advocates this morning, but we anticipate that if everything runs, although there is a big question mark over at the moment, but.
Yes, Mark, can I speak to Mr. Robson outside the inquiry, and we'll have a chat about the programme and the way forward. Yeah. I'm happy with that, Mark.
Yeah. I think we better leave it quite fluid for the moment. So I won't go through how I was intending to run this today, as obviously things have changed. Okay, let's move on now to plans. So let's clarify the plans that were before the council when it made its decision, please. Okay. Yeah, did you want to just read out the plan numbers? I mean, obviously we've got quite a few, but the ones that are...
Yes, as I understand it, Mark, it's at 4.5 in the state of common ground, and this is agreed between the parties, just for the benefit of the members of the public. These are the, if you were to grant planning permission, these are the plans that would be of relevance. And basically, this application is all matters reserved, save for access. So just for the benefit of the members of the public, the only thing that would be fixed would obviously be the access and the quantum of dwellings, but matters such as layout, just such a specific design would be from reserved matters. But at 4.5, there are obviously various indicative site layout plans and drainage plans and highway plans and landscape plans, but all of those are prefixed by indicative and are likely to be subject to the conditions which are also agreed but are at the back of the state of common ground. But I think Mr. Robson and my position is that I do think this is, I mean, I know normally the plans are always wrong in the state of common ground, but I think in this case they are what the council and the appellants agree are the relevant plans you need to consider.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and we've got 3 with asterisks, which are the ones that you want, you know, a lot of them are indicative, like you say, and then you've got 3 which your determination.
That's right, thank you, Mark.
So we've got our site layout, location plan, a parameters plan, and then a site access layout plan. Okay. Right, I'm going to move on to any sort of outstanding copies of documents. So there's a planning obligation that I think we said mentions that this will be on its way electronically tomorrow. Is that correct?
Well, I hope so. I mean, just again, for members of the public's benefit, Mark, a planning obligation is usually signed, which deals with such things. If you were to grant planning permission, the appellant would be required to make a contribution towards education, affordable housing, open space provision, and travel plan, and also mitigation measures relating to the Somerset Levels and Moors Ramsar site. So we hope, we've had obviously, as you can imagine, much discussion with the council. The exact words, I'm told by my instructing solicitor, we're very nearly there, we've made good progress. So we would hope to get to you a draft tomorrow, or at the worst on Thursday, in time for you to consider it and have a look at it, and then come back to us with any kind of concerns you have, in order that we can then hopefully provide the signed version for Tuesday the 24th, when you close the inquiry.
Yes, so I'm just trying to see if I can make this work without feedback. Okay, seems to be a bit better. I'll raise my voice now, and I hope everyone can hear me. Instead of moving the microphone around. Simply to say, I completely agree with Mr. White. My understanding is that the Section 106 obligation is almost there, and should be with you hopefully tomorrow in draft.
Okay. Okay, is there any other lake evidence?
Yes. We have two matters, Mark. We have, as has been agreed with the LPA, there has been two recent documents dealing with affordable housing, which have been published by authorities. And we also, in response, Mr. Stacey's evidence obviously is dated the 18th of October. Those two documents have come to light subsequently, and we have just got a very short note that we'd like to put in. Can I copy? And Mark, with your leave and Mr. Robson's leave, this is a local housing needs assessment for South Somerset, done in conjunction with Somerset West and Taunton councils, and also a local housing needs assessment update 2021 done by the district council. And it would be of assistance if you just had the position of Mr. Stacey. It's only a short note of 16 paragraphs and 2 pages that we would seek, so you've just got what his view is on those two documents. Okay. That's the first thing. And the second thing relates to the position which isn't in contention with the local highway authority or the local authority. We obviously, at the original time, as you can see from the statement of common ground, there was a highways, not a transport statement, and that was submitted as part of the application, obviously considered by the local highway authority, and then we obviously, it was actually called a transport assessment, and that was considered. There has been, in the context of this appeal, further work, a survey, I think, submitted by a third party in relation to concerned care for Cary, have considered the safety issues, and I think Moss and Naylor Young are the name of the consultancy. I think you'll hopefully have seen that. But we obviously just wanted a response from our highway consultant on that quite detailed work on highways, so we have a written response that we seek to put in from Mr. Lacey, who is the highway consultant for the appellant. And obviously we'll show that to Care from Cary so they can comment if necessary.
And have you got copies?
I do, I have hard copies. Do you want to, Mark, do you want to give those ID numbers, or do you want to make them called documents?
I think an ID number.
Are you happy for the Techno King note to be ID1 and the DLVW to be ID2.
Yeah.
I also, for benefit of members of the public, we'll ask Mr. Robson's kind officers to put that on the dedicated web page that South Somerset had for this public inquiry. There'll be a section at the end called ID documents where they'll be uploaded.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, is that everything?
Yes.
Anything from your side?
Thank you, ma'am.
Right. Okay, I'm going to move on to main issues then. So the main issues in this inquiry, as I see them at this stage, and what I think they are likely to be are, and I shall read them out as follows. So the effect of the development on the character and appearance of the surrounding area. And I've included in that, although it's not an exhaustive list, various things I'm going to be thinking about. So the impact of the development on the Victorian Castle Cary station, the settings of Ansford and Castle Cary and their conservation areas, Monarch Way, and the Eastern Dip Sheets. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Ditches. It's a problem when you travel around the country. Okay, so that's the first one. Essentially, the umbrella of character and appearance of surrounding area and various things that I'm sure you will make me aware of as well as we conduct this inquiry. Okay, the second main issue then, whether the appeal site is a suitable location for residential development, having regard to local planning policy. And the third main issue, which is the extent of the council's shortfall in respect of 5-year housing land supply. We've got some other matters that I picked up, again, reading representations, not exhaustive, but broadly speaking, other things to be included are going to be loss of agricultural land, site accessibility for future occupiers, local infrastructure and services, flooding, noise from trains and the station, job availability, parking, highway safety, ecology, light pollution, and materials. And from what I've seen from the proofs, I understand Mr. Roach has covered a lot of that in his proof, so you're aware, and the ways in CMC and so on. So they're matters that will be addressed. Okay. So that concludes my opening remarks. Which is good. Didn't think we'd get there today, so we're doing well. So we are going to move on now to hearing openings from either side, where they basically summarise their case and make an opening. And I understand we are beginning with the appellant's opening. We have copies of this opening, so if anybody hasn't heard, these can be freely circulated, and they're reading from a set opening. All right. So if we can begin.
While Mr. Grant is handing that out, can I just raise one other issue of housekeeping? And if I'm wrong about this, then I'll be very quickly quiet. But can I just nudge Mr. Robson? I'm not sure we've seen a SIL compliance statement. I'm sure one's in existence, but just obviously when we do present the 106, you will need to be satisfied that what is sought is actually justified and necessary in accordance with the regulations. And I think the council have in play a self-compliance statement, but I just raise it from Mr. Robson's promise to do this.
Yes, thank you. They are in hand, and we expect to be able to share them later on today.
Okay, over to you then, Mr. White, for the opening on your.
Can everyone hear me at the back? And I do understand a lot of what I say is not going to be greeted with enormous popularity. It's a bit like being the British party in the Eurovision Song Contest at the moment. I don't expect to win any great popularity, but it's obviously my duty, Mum, to represent the appellants with Mr. Grant. And of course, And I spend my life, like Mr. Grant does and Mr. Watson, going around the country dealing with applications and appeals in new housing. And of course, as shown by the numbers this morning, it is never popular seeking new housing, particularly on greenfield land. But the simple truth is, and we have to acknowledge it, and it's not me saying this as an advocate, but it's recognised by government, we have a national crisis in the provision of housing, and this needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency. And this is not an academic need, but frankly it affects real people, and in particular those in need. There are many sectors of our society who simply cannot afford a property, which is an indictment of our society, frankly. And this is a local authority, this isn't the appellant's case, this is the LPA, in the light of government guidance, required to identify the need for housing, have identified that they need to provide 725 houses a year, or 3,625 houses in the next 5 years. And of course, objectively and subjectively taking into account South Somerset, this is a very significant number, and both parties agree can only be achieved by building significant elements of that requirement on greenfield land. And I just say this as an sidebar, no one, as you'll hear from Mr. Wallace and Mr. Richards, takes the view that you can build that requirement will get anywhere close on brownfield or within urban areas. Therefore, the fundamental question facing this inquiry is not if, but where this housing will be provided, and whether this is the right site to meet the government's current planning aspiration and overriding aspiration to significantly boost the supply of housing. This is even more pressing and relevant when, as you will know better than anyone, the LPA have just been found at another appeal to have a land supply sitting between 3.66 and 3.97 years at appeal. And just for the benefit of local residents, the government's aspiration in the clearest terms is every local authority should be able to show 5 years supply of housing. As we all know, unless someone's had a serious misdirection of being here this morning, this is an appeal that seeks the planning permission for 200 dwellings, of which 35% in accordance with policy will be affordable housing. The council, as of last June, came to the view that there was one reason of refusal that justified the dismissal of the application, and that was essentially an allegation that we will overturn the landscape impact, effectively that the proposal represents a visually intrusive encroachment, and that effectively there will be damage, detriment to the local and landscape character. As we will show, we don't accept that this reason of refusal justifies this refusal. So can I just deal with the context before I come on to substance? We say there are 4 striking aspects to this appeal. The first, as I've already alluded to, is whatever side of the fence you sit on, there is a desperate need for new homes in South Somerset. There's also acceptance with the local authority that there's no 5-year housing land supply. Ma'am, you more than anyone will be pleased that this isn't an inquiry where we have one party on one side of the fence and the other on the other. We are both of the view that there is not a 5-year supply. Thus, the need for more housing is undisputed, and all parties agree that the tilted balance is engaged. Again, very fairly, Mr. Wallace doesn't say that the tilted balance is a case where Para 202, the tilted balance is disengaged. There's ready acceptance the tilted balance is engaged. Secondly, this is an area with an acute need for affordable housing, and that the policy compliant 35% affordable homes is something which any reasonable LPA would welcome. And to be fair to Mr. Wallace, I don't think he disagrees with the weight he gives to the affordable housing. Thirdly, the nature of the appellants. For once, ma'am, I'm not appearing on behalf of a land promoter or a house builder. I'm appearing on behalf of local companies. Everyone in this room probably has tried one of the appellant's products. They are a cheesemaker, one of the parties, and the other is a farmer / concrete manufacturer. And you might well have seen the signs for the company and the cement mixers bearing the Andrew Hopkins logo. And you will have seen this morning there are various signs referring to the developer, but the appellant isn't land speculators. HQ'd elsewhere, who can't effectively tell their Castle Cary from their Shepton Mallet. These appellants are in this community, they are employers in the community, and frankly, in the strongest terms, and I know this, they care about this community. Now, well, everyone can laugh, but I say that seriously, and I assure you, when everybody gives evidence, I won't laugh at what you say, I can assure you.
Yeah, very kind, Mr. White. I do, obviously, I understand your position, but if we could just let everybody have the chance to speak.
And fourthly, ma'am, and in some ways the most concerning, we have a concern about the LPA. We've obviously asserted at the CMC there was concerns about the housing land supply, that's been clear. We're also concerned about how the case has changed in relation to landscape character and appearance. We'll obviously deal with Mr. Crawford. And there is attached a full chronology to this opening, which I will deal with at the end briefly, and Ms. Brockhurst deals with the changes that have occurred. But the fundamental concern is the change that this is now a valued landscape, and we say that valued landscape was a concept that was clearly in existence since 2012, nothing new, and yet now, for the first time, with the receipt of Mr. Crawford's evidence, it's been positively asserted that the landscape on which the site sits is of value, as identified in para 174. We say that this change is expedient when one considers that in June 2019 there was an LVIA which made no assertion the land was valued. Secondly, the LVIA was reviewed by Mr. Crawford's firm, LDA, in February 2020. No suggestion that the landscape was a valued landscape, merely that some valued features on the site and the wider landscape could be. Then the report in May 2020, again no mention of the site of the valued landscape, only a reference to policy Q2. The basis of objection was framed in terms of the effects of the development on the character and appearance of the countryside directly. The conclusion section does mention 170. In the context of the officer's report, this appears to only be related to character and appearance. Then we have a decision notice, and you can see the reason of refusal doesn't mention valued landscape. It only says provisions of the NPPF. Then, as we all know, once upon a time in the distant past, this matter was going to be determined by a hearing, and we issued a statement, our statement of case on the 2nd of December, and we frankly didn't discuss whether it's valued landscape, of course, because it hadn't been put at issue. Then we had the council statement of case on the 30th of March 2021. Again, no mention valued landscape. Then Mr. Crawford says he was instructed post the 8th of June 2021, which is the date when PINS determined this was an inquiry. And in the light of this morning's events, that's probably a fair judgment with the criteria about public interest. And then again, there was no mention in the CMC that the LPA would be arguing a valued landscape. Thereafter, exchange of evidence on the 18th of October, we got a statement of common ground which states in terms that no formal assessment had been made of valued landscape in NPPF terms within a district-wide or local context. And there was some local features of wildlife landscape there which is interesting around the site. It does not list whether the landscape is valued. And then we had Mr. Crawford's proof. Finally, on the 18th of October, he breaks cover, and we see, both through his proof and appendices, the site is elevated to be a valued landscape. And although the site has been assessed and considered by the LPA for a very considerable period without any such assertion, we're not obviously content with that, because frankly we see this, and obviously I'll take this up with Mr. Crawford when I cross-examine him, but we see this as essentially the LPA seeking to give added weight to its case by identifying finally the site as valued. And of course, this matter has been under consideration for at least 3 years, taking into account pre-application submissions. So let me deal with the benefits. We say there are significant planning benefits as identified in government guidance. These include the provision of 200 dwellings in an area where there's a substantial unmet need, the provision of policy compliant level of affordable housing, the 70 units, the economic benefits which will occur through direct and indirect employment, construction benefits, and of course the 200 houses will be occupied by people who will spend money.
and then the degree of that patronage will be to local shops and services. There will be social benefits through the provision of public open space, enhanced pedestrian and cycle routes and financial contributions. There will also be direct on-site environmental benefits, including the ability to deliver the proposed biodiversity net gain. There is also the ability, because as you'll see in the 106, to achieve phosphate nutrient neutrality, which is obviously very important in the context of Somerset, in circumstances where currently about 11,000 homes are being held up because they cannot be delivered due to phosphate impacts. We also say the appeal site is highly sustainable because of its location, and clearly you will have seen the very close proximity to the railway station. And also we say this is a proposal that develops in a settlement, and for the benefit of third parties, we say the settlement is clearly identified in the development plan as a location where further development can take place. So the appeal site, as we all know, it's 9.76 hectares. It is effectively close to the railway station. The village of Ansford is located to the southeast of the site. Castle Cary is located to the south. It is accepted by the LPA that both settlements are physically connected, and effectively for planning purposes they're treated as one in the South Somerset local plan. It is a local market town within the settlement hierarchy identified in that plan, even with the growth in population occasioned by consented dwellings in this proposal. It will have a population below some of the other market towns and well below the next highest settlement tier, primary market towns. However, it has delivered more employment land between 2006 and 2020 than any other local market town, primary market town, and strategically significant town. And it currently is estimated, on the basis of Mr. Roach's evidence, to have 1,400 jobs for the 1,464 residents who are in employment, indicating a fairly high level of self-containment, which of course you know is something referred to in policy. It does not fall within any designation. It's not a national park, an AONB, a heritage coast, historic park or garden or close to those. The local landscape designations do not exist in the district, and no formal designations have been made of valued landscapes in the context of the NPPF within the district or local context, nor is the site subject to any statutory designation for historic environment protection. So the planning policy framework for your determination, and just again for benefit of the third parties, the law requires that the starting point, the presumptions in favour with the development plan unless other material considerations indicate otherwise. The development plan is both the local plan from the district, which was published and adopted in 2015, and of course the neighbourhood plan, which was adopted in 2019, or made, as we call it, legally. There is agreement on the relevant policies and the state of common ground, but we do say, and you will understand, that this is a consequence of the lack of a 5-year housing land supply, that some policies are out of date, and there is agreement that SS1, SS5 and LNT1 are out of date. We also say that out of date policies include SS2, SS4 and HOU2. We agree that the emerging South Somerset Local Plan review is a material consideration, which should be accorded limited weight due to its early stage preparation, and again, I think that's set out in the state of common ground. As I've mentioned, the NPPF contains a tilted balance, which, where it is engaged, as it is now, requires you to consider granting permission for a proposal unless the adverse impact of the granted permission would significantly demonstrably outweigh the benefits. And all parties agree that there is the tilted balance in play. And fundamentally, notwithstanding the significant amount of material mark, the fundamental question that addresses this, that needs to be addressed at this inquiry, is the one you've identified in your main issue. And simply put, and I think Mr. Wallace will accept this, I'll certainly put it to him, is the fundamental battleground of this inquiry is whether the landscape and visual harm articulated in reasonable views of what one significantly demonstrably outweighs the benefits that I have listed. There's also considerable matters of agreement. It's notable that there are 23 development plan policies in play, and there is a dispute about whether the scheme complies with 7 of them. The other ones, the 16, are not an issue. Other matters of agreement are The shortfall, but the precise level of that shortfall will take time when we do the round table. We also agreed that the proposal complies with development plan policies relating to transport and access, drainage and flood risk, ecology, noise air quality and ground contamination. Of course, that level of agreement reflects the local planning authority's position, not those of some third parties who take issue with those elements. Although it does fall within the Somerset Levels and Moors Ramsar site, the appellant has prepared a bespoke phosphate mitigation solution strategy, and I know Mr. Roach has been in long discussions with the LPA to get that agreed, and the South Somerset ecologist has prepared an appropriate assessment on the basis that is approved by Natural England. So, as you said, the main issue is really the extent of the shortfall, which is your main issue 3, the weight attributed to the delivery of homes on the site, and then main issue 1, the harm on landscape character and visual amenity. If I can just briefly deal with those. What has happened since your Temple Combe decision is that they've only basically, you said your conclusion, just for members of the public, the Temple Combe decision was obviously another appeal where you traverse similar grounds in terms of what was the South Somerset District Council shortfall. The conclusion was 3.97 to 3.66 years. The LPA's formal position now is that they have 4.6 years HLS, and that's been as a result of both publication of the Housing Land Supply paper and discussion from Mr. Richards. As Mr. Richards shows, and you'll hear this in evidence when we have the Housing Round Table, we say that it fails to take into account under delivery from the past, and effectively, if you take into account the failure of under delivery and the local plan figure, really the figure is 3.45 years, a shortfall of over 1,500 homes. We also say that South Somerset have been in an almost constant state of under delivery for the plan period, with a current supply of over 2.8 years, which is a shortfall in excess of 2,000 units. So where we do take, as you can imagine, seriously delivery, Mr. Wallace suggests that the weight to be afforded to developments bringing forward housing stock are only medium significant. And this is because he does not consider we've shown a need for affordable housing in Ansford and Castle Cary specifically. But as we've said, and frankly, the problem with delivery is taking another approach. But the reality is this country is in a housing crisis, and there is a shortfall of both market and affordable housing. And the government recognises this through a vast number of reports and releases where it emphasises the national house building imperative that is reflected in the NPPF. And we say, unfortunately, that this local authority has a delivery and supply of housing that has been poor, and its affordable housing delivery and future commitments are also particularly feeble. What Mr. Stacey shows is that when you look at affordable housing need, it has been pretty bad. And as you know, one inspector, indeed, who looked at a previous Castle Cary scheme, that I think this Brockhurst appeared in 2017, that's land east of Station Road, which you've probably seen, it's got a rather distinctive design. The inspector looking at that said, when considering the district council's performance on affordable housing, said they failed abysmally to meet the established need. We say that conclusion was right in 2017, it's right in 2021. However, that picture gets worse by reference to the 2 assessments published the day after proofs were due, which more than doubles the affordable housing need that Mr. Stacey has assessed. Therefore, the approach of just taking the view of affordable housing when it should be elsewhere is simply inappropriate when effectively this local authority is failing to meet its targets in relation to that provision. So we say to seriously attempt to suggest that the delivery and provision of 200 dwellings, including 70 affordable homes, should receive anything other than significant or very significant weight, frankly, is completely inappropriate. Then dealing with landscape and visual impact, and this is obviously the key issue before this inquiry, and you will obviously judge this, and you might well spend a lot of time thinking Crawford, White, Brockhurst, Robson, that it's always debated at the planning bar, the ability to cross-examine on landscaping, but I went quite as far as once was suggested to Mrs. Brockhurst that it was all effectively made up on the spot or something of that ilk. The landscaping is obviously a very serious discipline, as shown by the evidence you have from the two witnesses. But much of this case issues an issue of principle, rather than to focus on the precise degree of landscape harm. We say, and let me make it clear that we say that principal development is acceptable here, and we say it can also be considered not on Mr. Crawford's evidence, that's clear, but on other work done by the District Council elsewhere. We also say that the case that you will hear is wrong, because it misconstrues Ms. Brockhurst's evidence. Secondly, it obviously has gone very significant changes, and now we have a position where Mr. Crawford, effectively, what he has done is create a new landscape character area, this Brew Valley landscape component, which we don't accept. However, we don't want to get too bogged down on it, because we don't think too much turns on it. Ultimately, the key issue is how the development within the appeal site affects the character of the landscape, with whatever characterisation is relied on. We also have dealt with valued landscape, and we also want to make a point that there is no good reason for this late stage change. But also, Mr. Crawford's analysis, whilst voluminous, is actually lacking in substance and also wrong in outcome, as Mr. Brockhurst deals with in her rebuttal. Because what we say, even if Mr. Crawford is right, the landform will still be evident, the features retained, enhanced and supplemented, and we say the development can deliver greater accessibility and retain the setting to the station. But it also seems that what we also have, a bit like eating their own, District Council undermining its own evidence base on the views of its own landscape officer and the conservation design unit. We also say, we don't say those previous assessments are perfect. Ms. Brockhurst lays out flaws in them, but it really is something that the LPA, effectively, Mr. Crawford, effectively lays waste to all the work historically done in relation to landscape character areas. Mum, can I just add one verbal point? I'm also going to put to Mr. Crawford that when you look at 174, in any event, the value landscape debate is almost entirely academic, because we're going to make the point that 174 effectively makes it clear that there is a threshold to be continued value, we considered value landscape. You will know that 2012 MPDF just talked about value landscape. There was then this rider added in later on in the 2018 edition, which made reference to statutory designation or development plan commensurate to its development plan status. And we take the view that reading the MPPF in terms, it's very, very difficult to contend that you can have a value landscape that is not identified in some way, either statutorily or in the development plan. So then moving on to the development plan, just briefly, we would say expansion here would completely comply with the spatial strategy of SS1. Ansford and Castle Cary is already remarkably self-contained, and we say can be expanded without compromising that self-containment or the settlement hierarchy, and this can be done with minimal reliance on the car. We also note LMT1, where absolutely the council embraced the direction of growth for this settlement through housing, employment and education, and the areas north of Torbay Road and east and west of Station Road, which of course the appeal site falls within. Our location falls within that wording. Let me make that absolutely clear in opening. And the council say, well, hang on a minute, you're not touched by the brown lines. We say that approach is wrong, not supported by previous appeal decisions, and also it's not supported, frankly, by what a direction be. A direction is what it says on the tin, a direction. SS5 establishes the requirement in this council of 15,000, a minimum, at least 15,950 dwellings, 374 from Ansford and Castle Cary, and it's agreed this is not a minimum, but this is a minimum, not a maximum figure. So if we are right that the site falls within the area, it's in accordance with this policy. And of course, the District Council only argues that policy SS5 is breached on the basis the site doesn't fall within Ansford and Castle Cary. We will also show the proposals comply with the last remaining policies identified EQ2 and Neighbourhood Plan Policy DB1. We also don't accept there's any conflict with EQ3 on heritage matters. STC's case is based on the Headland Archaeology report, which suggested that the development would impact on the settlement of a non-designated heritage asset train station and the loss of the Turnpike Road. Neither is insurmountable. Significant open space can be left in front of the train station, and the report acknowledges impact on the Turnpike can be appropriately mitigated. In any case, both plan witnesses accept any harm if planned is outweighed by the benefits of the scheme. So 202 is not engaged and certainly doesn't disengage the tilted balance. So therefore we say the proposal does comply with the development plan and the local plan and so-called local plan policy ST1, which effectively repeats paragraph 11 of the NPPF. In any event, the relevant plans to be a local plan are out of date, and policy ST1 requires planning permission nevertheless. So just to finish, the planning balance, drawing it together, we will show compliance with the development plan, we will show significant benefits, even if you conclude that there's non-compliance with the development plan, which Mr. Roach doesn't accept, the benefits outweigh that non-compliance. Thus, even if the balance were not tilted, permission should be granted, but the fact that the balance is tilted, we will say that the local authority cannot show the asserted ill effects of the scheme significantly demonstrably outweigh its benefits. So we say the planning case in open is very strong, if not overwhelming, as we will demonstrate. Now, Ma'am, just a couple of matters I just want to pull out in the chronology to finish. And it's just, you will note that we've identified the core documents relevant, that the landscape study of South Somerset was of some vintage in 1993. Then we have the peripheral landscape study in 2008, the local plan adopted in 2015, and this is just worthy of note that the pre-application advice was first sought in October 2018, over 3 years ago. I don't think in the interest of time I'll read out the rest of the chronology, but could I ask you just to read it in the way of time? Hopefully it shouldn't be too contentious with Mr. Robson. He might be concerned that things are either not in or not, or are in, but generally I hope it's accurate for what it does contain. Great. Those are the opening submissions for the appellant, Mark. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. White. I'm just wondering if I should turn this off, then you might get less feedback.
So give it a go.
Yeah. Just in a sec. So we've heard the opening from Mr. White there on behalf of the appellant. So we're now going to move on to Mr. Robson, who's going to give the opening part on the council side. Thank you.
I just hold it there.
Do you want to try mine? Because mine seems to work.
Is that better? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. White. Mark, I've just opened with an apology. I only have one of the hard copy, which will be loaded up onto the council's website as soon as possible for those who want to access it there. At its northern edge, Castle Cary is defined by a ridgeline that drops into the valley below. The settlement itself sits behind the ridgeline in a plateau. That plateau is terminated by a steep north-facing scarp, marking an abrupt change in elevation from the high grounds to the valley floor, along which the River Bree runs. The appeal site forms the western end of this scarp, which is a highly distinctive and uninterrupted landform feature which frames and defines the Bree Valley. The strong natural boundary created by the ridgeline is currently well treed with some visible development. However, the existing development does not tell of the settlement that sits in the plateau. It could be a single row of development along the ridgeline. something not uncommon in the surrounding landscape. There is no development that breaches the ridgeline and descends down the valley side. This development would be the first to do so on this northern slope into the Brue Valley. Currently, the landscape of the Brue Valley has an overwhelmingly attractive and rural character. These characteristics elevate the small area above the ordinary or everyday, making it, in accordance with the latest guidance, a valued landscape in policy terms. The appeal site forms an integral part of the Brue Valley landscape and therefore forms part of the valued landscape, benefiting from the protection afforded by paragraph 174 of the framework. The landscape is not devoid of development, but it is a well-settled and domesticated landscape with numerous small villages and hamlets, scattered groups of houses, businesses and infrastructure, including the station and rail lines, the busy A371 road and overhead power lines. Nonetheless, there is no sense of proximity to an urban area. Into this valued landscape, this proposed development will cause a wide range of adverse effects, many of which are at the higher level of significance. This is a scheme that will cause very significant landscape and visual harm. When in the landscape and considering the effects of this scheme, it is abundantly clear that the landscape of the site and surrounding area will be significantly harmed, as will the visual experience because of the visual prominence of the site. Put simply, this is an important site to the setting of Castle Cary and Ansford. It is an integral part of the Brue Valley landscape, and this development would cause unacceptable harm to both of those. The scheme contravenes Local Plan Policy EQ2, Neighbourhood Plan Policy DP1, and Para 174 of the framework. The scale of the landscape and visual harm significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of this development. It is agreed in this case that the tilted balance applies, as you heard from Mr. White. However, that does not mean that consent is automatic, or that the development plan can be put to one side. There are still key elements of planning judgment in the exercise of that balance. The starting point remains the development plan. In this case, the proposal is outside the developable area of Castle Cary. It is within the countryside in policy terms, and most definitely not within a rural settlement. As a result of being in the open countryside, the development contravenes policies SS1, SS5 and LNT1. In the absence of a 5-year supply, it is agreed that those policies are out of date, but that does not mean that they are of no weight. In determining the weight to be afforded to out-of-date policies, the decision maker should take into account the extent to which the policies fall short of providing a 5-year supply, and the prospect of development soon coming forward to make up the shortfall. At a 4.6-year supply, the shortfall is 292 units. In this case, there is a strong and credible case that the shortfall will be short-lived, and that this site, with its significant landscape and visual harms, is simply not needed, that should be, to reach a 5-year supply. The sites that will very soon enter the supply is as a result of the Council's heroic efforts to address the issue of phosphate. On the 17th of August 2020, all the planning authorities in Somerset received an advice note from Natural England concerning the unacceptable levels of phosphate in the Somerset levels and moors. This effectively put a block on most developments coming forward within the catchment area of the Somerset levels and moors Ramsar site, unless issues of drainage had already been approved. Since receiving the note from Natural England, the Council has dedicated significant resource to resolving the phosphate issue, including work on progressing interim measures to unlock the delivery of development sites. Pending the adoption of the nutrient neutrality supplementary planning document, the Council has been working hard to find an interim solution. One such solution is the Somerset Catchment Market Nutrient Credit Scheme, which has been developed by Wessex Water Entrade. Entrade are planning 2 market rounds to sell the credits. First will be before the end of 2021 and the second by April 2022. Sale of these credits will unlock enough development to make up the small shortfall in supply. Entrade have calculated that there is a capacity for 878 houses to be unlocked in round 1 and 1,491 in round 2, totaling 2,369 between November 21 to April 22. A further 2,604 are forecast to be unlocked from 2022-23 onwards. The council currently has a backlog of full outline system, which are held up awaiting phosphate solution. This includes a scheme of 685 units and 65-bed care home with outline resolutions approved at committee, 200 units with outline approvals awaiting reserved matters, and 374 units and 24-bed care home requiring reserved matters when the principle of development is established. Even when adopting a cautious approach, if in November 2021 credits equivalent to 365 units are taken up, this would address the current shortfall in housing land supply. Many of these sites are at a more advanced stage than the appeal site, having been through the reserved matters process, which would make a more immediate contribution than this site would to the housing land supply. This mine is therefore a material consideration and very significant weight in the determination of the appeal. So yes, ma'am, whilst the council cannot currently display a 5-year supply, that shortfall will be addressed in the not too distant future without the need for this appeal site. As a result, and in line with the decision of the recent Temple Coombe appeal, it is the council's view that full weight should be given to policies SS1 and LMT1. Landscape policies in EQ2 and DP1 should also be given full weight. Conflicts with these policies should each be given significant weight, as too should the conflict with NPPF 174A. On that basis, the harms plainly suffice to significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of this unsustainable scheme, and the appeal should be dismissed. Those are the submissions on behalf of the local planning authority.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Right, okay. So we've heard the openings from both sides. So now I'm going to start working through our interested parties. Just having a look at the time. I'm going to suggest, as it's been a very hectic morning, that we'll do about half an hour or so on interest parties, and then we'll break for lunch and come back and do the rest after that. So let's see how we go. So I'm going to start with the order that I read out this morning. So if I can start with Mr. Fletcher Robinson, please, of CPRE Somerset.
Can I ask if I can be heard? I'm Fletcher Robinson, and I was appointed planner for CPRE Somerset in July this year after graduating with a planning MSc. I'm also a trustee of the charity. May I please start our submission by reading a short letter from our president of broadcaster, Mariella Foster. Dear Inspector, I was proud to be appointed president of the Somerset branch of CPRE a few months ago. Founded in 1926, the charity is one of the longest running environmental groups in the country. In Somerset, we have focused in recent years on identifying inappropriate development proposals that, in our opinion, would harm the character and appearance of the smaller market towns and villages that are most vulnerable to change. We are particularly concerned by this speculative proposal to build 200 houses on the superb, unspoilt landscape that marks the northern edge of Ansford Castle Cary and the side of the intact Brew Valley. We see no justification in this instance for the scale of harm proposed. I would like to conclude by making reference to the astonishing total of 1,461 signatures gathered locally in the town bookshop and market hall, and another 500 online against this proposal, in addition to the many objections online. CPRE has been assured by the government that the opinion of local people does indeed count in planning matters. We trust that local opinion will be heard and respected in this appeal, whilst of course accepting that the decision will be based strictly on policy. Turning now to our submission. We agree with the statement in Anthony Castle Cary's neighbourhood plan that future development needs to be carefully planned if the town is to keep its reputation as a classic historic market town situated in beautiful Roman countryside. This should be the guiding principle. In our view, this proposed development represents the opposite of that. It is speculative, opportunistic and unplanned urban sprawl spilling down the greenfield slopes of the locally highly distinctive landform of the escarpment. In the opinion of the trustees of CBRE Somerset, it will seriously harm the setting of the town, the setting of the Broom River Valley, and the setting of the Victorian Railway Station. Mrs. Brockhurst, for the appellants, claims that this project should be approved because it's an outline application, and therefore, quote, effects can be minimised at a later stage. The appellant's agent, Mr. Roach, has meanwhile claimed in his submission that landscape and visual issues are of limited relevance. On the contrary, CBRE Somerset considers that landscape and visual effects are very important considerations in this case, and are highly material to the determination of this appeal, and that the multiple major adverse effects identified by the Council's landscape consultants cannot be minimised or mitigated in any meaningful way, not least because of the highly prominent location of the site within the wider landscape. In our opinion, the field should remain undeveloped. Mrs. Brockhurst's assumption that effects can be minimised at a later stage is, in the view of CBRE's legal advisor, wrong in law, and we would respectfully refer the inspector to the recent judgment in R on the application of G and Thanet District Council 2021, in which the court rejected a similar argument in relation to the mitigation of construction noise from a proposed scheme. Representatives of Castle Cary Town Council, Ansford Parish Council, Care for Cary and CBRE Somerset have jointly compiled a suggested site walk for the inspector, following a group walk on the 25th of October. As the inspector will see for herself, there is no hedge along the western side of the Monarch's Way, adjacent to the appeal site, and the hedge on the east side of the footpath is frequently interrupted by gaps. It is apparent that on the ground that the scarp is a continuous and important landscape feature which runs through the appeal site. Furthermore, in our opinion, Mrs. Brockhurst's claim at paragraph 222 that there is no discernible ridgeline at the top of the appeal site is a semantic argument about the correct use of geographical terms. Semantics notwithstanding, the objective fact is that it is fair to describe the A371 as looking like a ridgeline, and one that very much provides a clear edge to the settlement. And there was a clear sense throughout the walk that the superb green landscape immediately abutting the main road constitutes the rural setting of the town. Likewise, her contention that the appeal site is located on a landform consistent with consented development unaccountably denies the existence of the almost entirely undeveloped escarpment, of which the appeal site is plainly an integral part. There is nothing at all ordinary about this landscape as claimed by Mrs. Brockhurst. It is indeed, as explained by the Council's landscape consultants, a key example of the distinctive scarp and vale landscape character of the wider local area. Importantly, in our opinion, it's a coherent and intact and undeveloped landscape, and it enjoys superb, far-reaching views to Glastonbury Tor and Creech Hill across the green landscape of the Broom River Valley. We strongly agree with the Council's landscape consultants. This is a valued landscape. If it were to be argued successfully that it cannot be a valued landscape in NPPF terms because the field is not designated, we would nevertheless wish to emphasise that the proposal does not in any way conserve or enhance the landscape character of the area, but detracts from it, nor does it recognise the evident intrinsic beauty of the escarpment and the settings of the town, the Broom River Valley and the Victorian Station. nor does it reinforce local distinctiveness or respect local context. It therefore conflicts with LP policies EQ2, EQ3, and with the neighbourhood plan policies EQ1. The claim by the appellants that the scarp face at this location and the Broome Valley landscape is in effect an established overspill development area for Castle Cary is factually incorrect. In our opinion, there appears to be a considerable degree of confusion in the appellant's evidence between the long settled and developed River Cary Vale landscape to the west of the town and the undeveloped River Broome Vale landscape to the north of it. There are two rivers, two river valleys, and Mrs. Brockhurst hasn't acknowledged this. The River Cary rises at the southern end of the town in Park Pond at the bottom of Lodge Hill behind the primary school, and it heads northwest for a short stretch before turning southwestwards towards Cary at South Cary Lane. Conversely, the Broome Valley landscape and the scarp face on the north side of the town provide a strong rural setting to the town, and unlike the Cary Vale, it is almost entirely undeveloped. The two rivers and their respective valleys are separate and unconnected. After leaving Bruton, the River Broome winds through its entirely rural valley landscape north of Castle Cary and then westwards through open countryside past the edge of Clanville, Alford, Luddington, West Midford, Boltonsborough Street and Glastonbury. It's a tranquil, remote river, almost the entirety of its length across the county to the sea. And in our opinion, the prettiest stretch is here between Bruton and West Midford, before it descends to the levels and becomes more canal-like in appearance. We do not wish to see this important stretch of undeveloped valley of one of the principal rivers in Somerset change its character. We would like to comment briefly on Mrs. Brockhurst's statement that the council has accepted that the appeal site has a moderate capacity to accept built development. The Answer Castle Cary Peripheral Landscape Study 2008, Figure 5, identified 5 broad categorizations of landscape capacity on the town periphery, graded according to their relative capacity to accommodate built development without harming the landscape. They were each given a colour code. The categories were high, moderate high, medium, medium low, and low. Paragraph 7.2 in the peripheral landscape study text clearly explains that only the areas falling in the top 2 categories, in other words, those rated as having the highest and the next highest capacity to accommodate built development, which are coloured red and orange respectively on the Figure 5 map, should be investigated as potential development sites. The appeal site was given a lowly ranking at 3rd place. In other words, it fell outside the top 2 rankings with a moderate capacity. In other words, it was rejected by the council. The reasons for this rejection and low score are evident in Figure 3, visual sensitivity. The appeal site is rated as having the second highest visual sensitivity. And Figure 4, value and constraints. The proximity of the Monarch's Way is perceived as a constraint. Mrs. Brockhurst and Mr. Roach have presented the outcome of this assessment process as a positive one, but the opposite is the case. Secondly, Mrs. Brockhurst claims in paragraph 2.7 that development of 68% of the site as proposed would be, quote, moderate development, unquote. This strikes us as a misuse of the ordinary meaning of the word moderate. Instead, we would say that the development of 68% of the site means that the majority of it would be developed and the majority of the valued landscape would be permanently lost. This is not moderate by any definition of which CPRE is aware. Mr. White referred to the brown lines. We would like to refer to these direction of growth lines. We would like to refer to them briefly. We would refer you to the insect map
in a local plan, inset map 8 for Langport Hewisham Episcopi. This map shows the direction of growth brown lines in a field between Langport Hewisham Episcopi and the hamlet of Worm. The lines stop about 2/3 of the way across the field. The reason is given in LP policy LNT2. All development must avoid coalescence with the settlement of Worm. This is surely proof that the direction of growth brown lines cannot be deemed to have arrowheads. We would like to comment briefly on the impacts on walkers on the adjacent Monarch's Way, one of the most important public footpaths in Somerset. In another appeal case near this footpath, where proposed development of just 10 houses threatened to impact it, this time in one of Mendip's 26 special landscape features on the north side of Wells, the inspector, in dismissing the appeal, spoke of the development obtruding into the field. He said it would transform the character of the landscape of the hillside, and that the obtrusion would be most acutely felt from the Monarch's Way, just to the north of the site. Well, that greenfield site on the edge of Wells also provides a clearly edged rural setting for the city, and also enjoys far-reaching views from sloping hillside, just as this one does on the edge of Castle Cary. It also occupies a highly prominent location in the wider landscape. Here too in Castle Cary, the intrusion into the adjacent hillside field would be felt most acutely from the Monarch's Way. Mrs. Brockhurst states in paragraph 336 that better public facilities will be provided on the Monarch's Way by the proposed access onto it from the development site. Nevertheless, these alleged public benefits, in our view, would be more than outweighed by the major adverse impacts arising from the change of character of the Brew Valley landscape from remote and rural to highly developed. Lastly, Madam, we would also like to comment on the much-loved Victorian railway station. The view of the long green escarpment, seen from the train window when approaching from the east, culminating in the field above the station, is famously the view that announces that Castle Cary is the next station. And generations of passengers have appreciated the station's quiet, tranquil rural setting while waiting on the platform or climbing the Monarch's Way up to town. These views and the pleasant enjoyment of the rural setting of the old station would be seriously compromised, indeed lost forever, if this speculative development is allowed. The station's heritage status is highly relevant to this inquiry, in our opinion. This issue was originally raised by Cary Somerset, and the council responded to our concerns by commissioning a heritage assessment, as noted in its text. We agree with the council's heritage assessment that the rural setting contributes to the artistic interest of the station buildings, as well as to the historic interest of the station as a rural railway station situated at a distance from the settlement. But we would go a little further than the heritage assessment. Castle Cary Station was completed in 1856. We pointed out in our original objection that Historic England has a designation policy that Victorian stations pre-1860 are significant. However, the heritage assessment said that in fact this designation policy has been superseded by Historic England's 2017 designation guide, which now gives an 1850 date. Well, we have checked the 2017 Historic England publication, which is entitled Historic Railway Buildings and Structures. It was published on the 17th of October 2017. And in our view, the 1860 date has not been superseded. A statement on page 27 of volume 1 of this 2017 publication confirms that current designation policy is an increasingly rigorous selection is required for buildings after about 1860. This reflects both the quality of what remains and the standardization of design which is applied to buildings and structures along different railway lines. And on page 28 it says, rarity as an issue that needs to be factored in when assessing more recent railway buildings. Attrition rates for some later Victorian buildings have been high, and it is not simply a question of the older the better. We would suggest that all heritage assets have settings, including Victorian railway stations, and that intact greenfield settings of rural Victorian stations are undeniably increasingly rare, and that this fact too needs to be factored in. A few years ago, the rural setting of the Victorian station at Bishop's Lydia on the West Somerset Railway near Taunton was tragically lost to development. At the time, that harm was justified by the developers on the basis that it would fund restoration of the station's buildings. It is a matter of great concern to us, lastly, this is my final point, it's a matter of great concern to us that the appellant's landscape and visual impact assessment did not refer to Castle Cary Station as a heritage asset, and neither does Mrs. Brockhurst in her proof of evidence. This approach appears to contradict summary good practice guidance in the Guidelines for Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment, 3rd edition, which on page 93 says, baseline studies for LBIEA should ensure that, working with experts if necessary, cultural heritage features and relevant aspects of the historic landscape are recorded and judgments made about their contribution to the landscape. This omission is a significant one, and it reinforces our view that the appellant's conclusions to the effect that the landscape at this location is an ordinary one and not worth conserving are highly questionable and wrong. In conclusion, Madam, in our respectful view, the many significant and demonstrable adverse landscape and heritage impacts identified by the Council's landscape consultants weigh heavily against allowing the appeal.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Robinson. Okay, Kenneth Gray, do you have a time estimate?
About 7 minutes.
7 minutes, okay, I think we can squeeze you in for lunch then. Okay, good to you.
Am I being heard okay? Thank you, Mark, for inviting me to speak. My name is Kenneth Gray, and I address you on behalf of Castle Cary Town Council and its Planning Committee, for which I'm the Vice Chair. And I speak here as a layperson in terms of planning. I would like to thank the Inspector, first of all, for acceding to the request of the Town and Parish Council to hold this inquiry locally and in person, despite the difficulties that we've experienced this morning. This appeal deserves the public inquiry that it has been given. More than 60 letters of objection were received by the local planning authority, but public interest goes well beyond that. Both Ansford Parish Council and Castle Cary Town Council object, and they are joined by Care for Cary, a local interest group with some 400 supporters, and in addition, a local group responsible for our neighbourhood plan. 3 adjacent parish councils have written to you to object, including Ditching, which faces the appeal site across the Brew Valley. Moreover, there are 2 petitions, offline and online, each presenting very many signatures showing an exceptionally high degree of opposition to this proposed greenfield development. Now, the local opposition to this development is in considerable depth. The appeal relates to land in Ansford Parish. Castle Cary is the immediately adjacent parish. Together, these 2 comprise contiguous settlements making up the town of Castle Cary and its countryside. The town's population in 2020 was estimated to be just over 3,300. The Town Council was unanimously of the view that the original outline application should be refused by South Somerset District Council, and further unanimously of the view that the appeal should be dismissed. And we submitted supporting observations which you will have before you. We also instructed Tim Taylor to write to you setting out our concerns about the phosphate problem. We note the appellant's proposed mitigation makes 28 hectares of land some distance away at Galhampton, Cary, which with the 9 hectares for the 200 houses, takes 37 hectares of productive agricultural land out of use. The then Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food identified the 9-hectare greenfield site as grade 2 best and most versatile land, a lot of which will be taken into the planned balance. Beyond that, there are 5 key matters to which I'd like to draw your attention. The first, and most important to those who live here, is the significant and adverse impact this proposed development of 200 houses on a greenfield site will have on the landscape of Amsford and Castle Cary. It is not simply the permanent and irreversible harm that will be done to the agricultural field by 200 new houses, and I'll say more about that, but the value of the field as part of the wider landscape, the larger hillside, part of the valley of the River Brood, a landscape available to the local people for centuries incidentally, which has intrinsic value as a natural asset, and is the natural setting for Amsford and Cary when approached from the north. This tranquil and natural introduction to the town is worthy of preservation, and we do not wish to see it harmed. Its rural qualities, a verdant field, make a strong contribution to the natural setting of Castle Cary. There is no way in which that harm can be avoided or mitigated. Planting a few new trees and an urban development does not cut mustard. When you make your site visit, Mark, we would be grateful if you would not only view the field in question, rising to an apparent ridge, the line of the A371, which forms a natural boundary of Amsford and Cary, from the railway platform, but also view the wider landscape, the sweep of the Brood Valley to the east, on the pedestrian bridge over the railway, noting both the east view of the Creech Hill, Lamiat Beacon, and the distant King Alfred Tower, and to the west, the distant view of Glastonbury Tor, with the foreground of the Brood Valley and Ditchett Parish. The Monarch's Way public footpath alongside the field affords views across the field itself and onto the valley, unobstructed, as Mr. Robinson said, by any hedging. 200 houses would obstruct those views from walkers and cut off the distant view of the Tor and its greenfield foreground. We are not simply concerned about one great field, but that field is part of a locally important rural landscape. A plan showing our suggested location for your next site visit was prepared based on the joint walk by the Town Council, Cary and CPRA that Mr. Robinson mentioned, and we have provided this to your case officer for the inquiry. But I also ask that you drive slowly along Station Road from the centre of Castle Cary to the junction of Station Road and the A371 at the bottom of Amsford Hill, because you will thereby gain a clear understanding of the amount of greenfield housing development that has taken place in this small market town, leading to a projected population increase of nearly 50% according to Mr. Roche, an increase exceeding any other South Somerset settlement. We believe that represents a massively increased demand on our infrastructure, which any further major development would add further loading. Second, and rather separate from the landscape point, but equally important to us in Castle Cary, is the extremely adverse visual impact this development would have on the rural setting of the town. The field is a prominent feature when viewed from the railway station and train. From Station Road, and from public footpaths. It is seen by local residents, visitors, motorists, cyclists, pedestrians and train passengers alike. It buffers the edges of town from the railway station and affords a rural setting to the Victorian station. There is a strong sense of being in the open countryside while waiting for a train or disembarking from one. If this appeal is allowed, the agricultural field will be lost permanently and be replaced by a large urban housing estate. Building in the mass over rising ground, in this case, is impossible to mitigate visually, and it will be an adverse and dominant feature in what should remain a rural landscape. From across the valley, District Parish Council has written to you objecting to the adverse visual impact from numerous locations there. They have pointed out that tree growth and woodland trust Haddon Wood, for example, will not obscure the site for a boundary because many sight lines are already planned and being maintained as the wood develops. My town council does not want to see this scheme happen, not because we don't want appropriate development, but because this would be inappropriate development of the first order. Our Member of Parliament, David Warburton, said at Westminster in a recent debate about housing in the South West, we need to maintain the beauty and special qualities of our rural towns and villages. The Prime Minister was on the same page when he shortly after reported in the Telegraph pledging no homes will be built on green fields. At least Edmund would appear supportive of the Town Council's position. Now, the natural environment of landscape features in the Blue Valley is treasured by the people of Cary for its visual amenity, their well-being, and its enhancement of the general quality of life. It provides an important setting for the town. We want that rural view to be for everyone to enjoy forever. Third, we believe the 200 house scheme extends well beyond the direction of growth as set out in the local plan and neighbourhood plan. Notwithstanding the evidence in inquiry the extent of District Council's 5-year housing supply, the neighbourhood plan is part of the statutory development plan for the area, and it is for your planning judgment to determine the relevance of its policies to your decision. Separate from the direction of growth issue, which is to be addressed by our neighbourhood plan speaker, if this appeal is allowed, it will create, by breaching the obvious physical and topographical boundary of the two parishes of the A371, a serious planning risk of further development on greenfield land adjacent to Station Road along the Brew Valley, with all the landscape and visual impact considerations that imply. In short, the scheme would offer land use justification for an urban sprawl of new development on greenfield land. Whilst the appellant may say no such applications currently exist, one key purpose of land use planning is to plan for the future. And that would be a future which the Town Council fully believes will come to pass if this appeal were to be allowed. We believe that the present scheme of 200 houses would disfigure the northern countryside of our town, and urban sprawl would destroy it. Fourth, this appeal is demonstrably not about meeting housing needs in Cary and Hampstead. If it was, then the voluminous evidence submitted by the appellant would have made that point rather loud and clear. But it doesn't. Instead, the evidence is all about housing need in South Somerset. The District Council, which met its housing delivery test quota at 95% last year. With due respect to the appellant, the responsibility for the ability to manage a district-wide housing shortfall, which I understand to be somewhat marginal anyway, given the likely improvement in the phosphate situation brought about by the credit scheme which Mr. Robson has referred to, does not and should not fall on Hampstead and Castle King. Castle Cary, the town and the parish, has already more than made its contribution to built out and consented development. Policy SS5 of the local plan set a target for Cary and Hampstead of 374 dwellings minimum from 2006 till 2028, we already have well over 620 new houses completed, all with permission. That is already 65% more housing than we're required to provide. We've done that 7 years before the expiry date of the local plan. As the evidence for the inquiry confirmed, there is no evidentially any more housing in Castle Cary. The local need for the two parishes is 71 affordable homes as of October 2021, all of which can be accommodated by existing consent. Moreover, of the 71 required, 38 are one-bedroom units, and these are absent from the indicative appeal scheme. This morning, I was sent a table by Mr. John Hammond, Principal Planning Officer at South Somerset, in which he identifies the additional affordable housing tenures from the two main development sites, Station Road and Wayside Farms, in which he finds that there was a net gain of 101 affordable tenures over that required by policy, already secured on sites building out or recently consented. Furthermore, the 200 houses in question are not co-located with significant employment sites and also add to compute traffic pollution. There is no clear evidence that commuters will choose the train to significantly offset pollution, given that only 67%, and I repeat that, only 67% of Great Western trains ran on time in 2019-20. The neighbourhood plan also suggests that the rail services that are available are often not conducive to daily commuting in the area, and note that bus timetables are rarely convenient to journey to and from work. The settlement profile notes that the limited bus service between the town and the railway station, the site in question being on that route. Our Care for Cary colleague will address serious road safety compromises and traffic issues which would arise from this development. Nor are these proposed houses close to our retail businesses and community centres. Their out-of-town location may be fine for the able-bodied, but it simply does not work for the elderly, people with disabilities, and parents with toddlers, for example. The guideline formula for primary pupils indicates an additional 64 pupils for 200 houses. The present primary school cannot accommodate such an increase, and the planned new primary school on Fort Bay Road depends on building the 165 houses approved for that site. There is no guarantee that the new school will be available to meet the needs of the appeal scheme. Okay, so this is my final point. Mr. Eric Pickles, then Secretary of State, in the second reading debate on the Localism Act 2011 said, the bill will therefore create a genuine neighbourhood plan by which the community will develop in ways that make sense for local people. A point reinforced by Lord Vaughan when introducing the Neighbourhood Planning Act 2017 as second reading. The Localism Act laid the ground for neighbourhood planning. It has been instrumental in giving real power to local people to shape their area, he said. These are considered ministerial statements introducing second reading. They express a clear intention to give local people an effective say in local development. Given the neighbourhood plan for Ansford and Castle Cary was made as recently as September 2019, after a local referendum was overwhelmingly in its favour, we submit that to allow this appeal would undermine public trust and confidence in neighbourhood planning. And I refer you to the inspector's comment about public confidence in the appeal decision of the 19th of August this year at Henfield. In summary of these 5 points, we in Castle Cary and Ansford do not want to see the landscape disfigured by unnecessary and badly sited development, or to see the door open to further sprawl. Our town and precious countryside must be protected from being badly scarred. We do not accept that the very significant adverse visual impact can be mitigated. The neighbourhood plan contains relevant policies which require a pause when there is an oversupply of housing development within the neighbourhood plan area and such as transit area. The appeal side is not within the direction of growth set out in the local plan. The bars do not have arrow heads. Council Cary and Anston have already over-provided housing, and there is no real unmet local need that cannot be met by consented development. Public trust and confidence in local and neighbourhood planning should not be undermined. Until very recently, our town and the town of centuries past has evolved gradually, organically, peacefully, reflecting the needs and wishes of those who live here. We have accepted some less than organic growth in the last few years, but this 200 house development is an example of opportunistic planning on a site which is unsuited for such development, and in a town where it is neither wanted nor needed. And I respectfully ask you, on behalf of Castle Cary Town Council, to dismiss the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gray. Right, I'll make the time 41 or thereabouts, which I think would be a suitable time to break for lunch. Getting some nods, which is good. Not just me that's hungry then. Is just checking with the two sides. What do you think about the sort of the 2 o'clock resume?
It's fine.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to adjourn after lunch. We'll resume at 2, where we'll continue proceedings in interesting times.
I can't. I think it's sort Oh, we've got you now. Yeah, I said to him, I was inspector
Excellent. Do you know if there's
Yeah, we've got to right on the outside, first right again. There's a bridge, but one of those modern bridges, so you've got to pull everything out.
Okay, excellent. I look forward to that.
I'm involved in another.
I'm going to work over lunch. Hold on.
So it sounds great when you put yourself as well to get in.
I think we've done a bit more tests. It worked fine. It worked fine for about 10 minutes this morning. Do you mind leaving it there? So we can try over lunch. No, it's not sometimes. So yeah, we've got your lunch. But you're not allowed to speak to me. No, well, I need to show you where the sandwiches is. And then once you've got everything, I'll let you know. You might neck on those people.
Very good, yeah.
Where we can sit, I don't sit. Okay. I'm fine. It's fine.
No, sandwiches. You go out and go right again.
Thank you very much.
Right. Okay. That's it.
And the walkabout. I don't know, two walkabouts over there. Yeah. Okay. So there's all sorts of them now.
Yeah, no, that's fine, that's fine. That's waiting for everyone now.
That's picking up the sound.
No, that's
from
it.
there.
Around here. If you talk, I'm hearing more than.
Microphone's on this one.
Testing.
Have we got anyone else's microphones on?
Yeah, but don't really want to go rummaging around laptops. anymore. Then there's more microphones on. It's those microphones are on. It's I think it's on there, please. If you go right again, close the door.
That's off.
Hello? Hello? On there.
Testing. Oh. No. It's not coming up, is it? Because there's not much feedback, except it's very slow and echoey.
Yeah, it's going very echoey.
Well, you can sort of hear it. Yeah, it's getting louder. It's still sort of slightly echoey. Hello.
Slightly. Okay, so I've unmuted. So we're still getting a little bit of echo. It's better. There's a little bit of delay, but there would be because it's going through the what's it? It's going through the Zoom meeting.
I'm just thinking, if you try and speak, it's going to be very...
Daniel, I just turned down the sensitivity on the sound. I just turned down the sensitivity on the sound. How's that? It's a little bit.
Well,
echoey still. Okay, testing. So it's coming out of that one.
I think these are just too loud.
Maybe. Okay, testing. 1, 2, 3. We've only got the one running now, which is that one up there. But we are getting a bit of feedback.
Um,
It doesn't work on here, does it? It's a bit bizarre.
it works on here. It's not. I think bits. It's still got a bit of an echo, but it's not too bad. Yeah, bad. No. Oh, then it goes. Testing, testing. Is there any echo? No, not really. Oh.
What's this now? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You almost need it really far away. Oh, so you can still pick me up on that.
Yeah, the microphones are still quite sensitive. Yeah.
And I think that's. I'll use it on that one, so I don't destroy it. Probably not the best of things. So your default microphone's changed now to. Can you hear me? Quite. Yeah. Well, that's even. You sort of can do it some. So basically. We could just go and get everyone headsets for tomorrow. It's not too bad, is it? No? So it's the microphones really, isn't it? Yeah. But we can turn those two on. That's the one we want to turn on.
The switch is missing. There's a little switch. How's that? How's that then? Okay, seems all right. Slight delay, yeah. There's always going to be a bit of slight delay, unfortunately, because it's going through the Zoom call. So, yeah, we can't get around that, unfortunately.
If you've got headsets really on, you can't really have it on. That well.
It's not ideal because you need to be able to talk to the people in person as well. This is the most complicated way of doing this, unfortunately.
I think next time you ever do it again. Why is this feeding back?
So how we had it. Playing audio now. That should not be playing audio. That should be off.
The thing is, we can't get a microphone, and so you have to be looped into the system, don't you?
That's the problem we have, is the whole microphones looping into the system and things. It's just,
We had headsets.
it wasn't as bad of a headset.
So why don't we
just
give everyone a headset plug in?
But then the people, they won't be able to hear the people who are in the room.
Yeah, because it's connected like that, isn't it? You don't have any of these microphones, and they just speak to the headset, and it comes out. And it's a bit pain in the ass, but it works better than the one on negative speed.
So that's temporarily unmuted. But there's no audio coming out of the.
It's in positive and it back in, so we need.
I plugged it back in again. Could be.
Yeah. We turned away.
Yeah. Assume if it's routed tomorrow. It's not factory Zooms.
Yeah, well,
then here.
So how's that? Nope. So the audio got set down to 0. Not only was the sound off, it was set down to 0 as well. So that's coming out of the speakers now.
Is this microphone on? No. Yes, it is. Hang on.
Okay, and how's that? Just wondering. See, that's not bad, is it? See, that all seems to come from that one. Doesn't it? It feels like that's all coming from that one. So is that still bad? That's what's up. Okay. Yes, sir. How's the feedback now?
If the market
of ready supply of batteries.
There's a big box of those in this hall somewhere. Does Marshall provide more?
Yeah. That's yeah, about half full, that one. It's about half in it. So
that's a start.
Yeah, so we've got 2 stairs, we've got 4 stairs. Today and possibly a bit longer as well.
After that, the crowds will disperse and
yeah, yeah. Okay, that pops there with 2 brand new ones in it as well. So,
Okay, let's get a few more anyway. So, because I don't know how long how they use this. Yeah, yeah.
So today is sort of what we're going to do later in the week when someone needs to participate properly, guys.
I don't know. I don't know how we can get around that, to be honest.
But it's feedback from this room. So if someone's over Zoom speaking, it shouldn't be too bad, should it?
Well, so we test that. We've got that one plugged in. At the moment, we've got that one plugged in at the moment. So
yeah, I think leave it. Leave it.
So I've got my line there. Yeah. Take the headset.
Right. I'm not taking it.
Have this on the microphone still on while we're doing that. So you want to click on the name on there?
Okay. I think so.
Okay, I've turned the mute off on this. How's that? You hear me?
Yeah,
anything?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine, yeah. There's a little bit of delay.
But you can, yeah.
But there's always a bit of delay.
Pardon? So if we say to the inspector, people on Zoom can participate today.
Yeah.
It's all groovy.
Yeah, it's all. Yeah.
Okay. It's just using the speakers to get down low, down there.
Yeah.
So, but hopefully, well, there won't be so many people that you don't need to shout.
So we'll still use this one for that purpose.
Yeah. That's probably the best way of doing it, yeah.
Because you don't need to be very close to that.
You don't need to be very close to it, so you don't be able to sit down, you need to be moving.
Yeah,
visibly to spin it.
Yeah.
Elfin doesn't do that, but so yeah, that worked fine, yeah. And the microphone that's on that one sat there is picking up the audio okay.
Oh, because that's your YouTube.
That's obviously the YouTube and everything, yeah. That's right. So that's it.
Yeah, I had reports from people at the other end of it saying it seemed to be working.
Yeah.
After a slight, slightly false start.
Yeah, absolutely. So move that out of the
I
way.
mean, the inspector doesn't need to use that microphone, but she can turn on her video, so Natalie doesn't image.
Oh.
She could turn on her video, yeah, so that they could see her if you wanted to.
Oh, all 3 parties to turn on the videos. At least you got something instead of a name to watch.
Yeah.
Very good.
We could do that, yeah.
Don't ask me, I'm.
No.
But yeah, sounds like a good.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
the biggest problem was the fact is we had so many people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had to go, yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine there's quite a lot of money coming to lunch, but
And we did the Temple Combe inquiry.
was that the same?
And well, it was purely virtual. And
Oh, right.
5 people turned up the first day, and 2 of them were me. So it's like we just spent about 10 grand on doing this, all this, you know, proper professionals like that, and 5 people turned up.
So you're expecting something similar today?
Yeah, I was going like, I'll put a few chairs out, it'll be fine. Yeah.
There was no way that was, I mean, I don't think we expected that many, but
I think problem is I probably would have known that if I lived in Castle Cary.
well, exactly. I mean, I think you were told, you personally.
But yeah, I was told them maybe a few people, you know, maybe 30 max. But no, unless you live here, you just wouldn't.
Well, there was quite a lot of encouragement to people. Just turn up. You don't have to say anything. Just be there.
But I think it did certainly would have made a massive difference. You know, just seeing that. Okay. Really important. I mean, it was meant to be a hearing originally. But basically,
that was never going to work.
They said basically our computer systems couldn't keep up if everyone joined.
Was this the biggest inquiry you've had since the pandemic world?
Well, it's not very, you don't get many inquiries anymore.
No.
It all goes to hearings.
Well, the inspectorate discourage them as much as they
and,
can.
you know, the council spend much money more than the community. They're far easier. It's just a little nice round chat and
Time constraints, we're going to just change the order slightly on our interested parties, and I hope that's okay, Mr. Edwards. And that we're going to hear from Susan Phone just before you. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your understanding. Okay. So Susan Phone, are you with us? Good afternoon, everybody. Statement is concerned with the proposed phosphate mitigation land in Galhampton. Parish Paths Liaison Officer for the combined Parish Council of Galhampton, Woolston and Yarlington and North Cary. As the letter sent to the inspector from the Parish Council details, the proposed mitigation land for phosphate contamination would have a devastating impact on the current very well used network of rights of way in Galhampton, namely, and I've given a list of those with their appropriate numbers. This land would be sealed off from the public, thereby closing these public rights of way. No public access would be permitted, crowding, etc. This regulation stays in place unless mitigation regulations change or the land is put down to broadleaf woodland in perpetuity. The Council has recently invested much effort and time in forming a network of 8 circular walks. The Parish Council accessed grants and donations to finance display boards for large maps, signage, leaflets and web design to facilitate this project. Volunteers gave their time and energies to this project. Several of the walks encompass the footpaths which would become prohibited if this mitigation of land at Galhampton were to proceed. All this money, time and effort would be lost. I refer the inspector to a map of the land put forward as appears in the SSDC documents attached to the letter email sent to the inquiry by the Parish Council Chairman, Malcolm Hunt, and showing where this conflicts with established rights of way in our parish. The land is not contiguous with the proposed development site in Cary, nor indeed anywhere near it. Phosphate contamination from this development would still happen, seeping into watercourses in and around the site and the nearby River Brew. Land offered for mitigation is meant to compensate for and balance out this pollution. However, the phosphate discharge remains. I therefore reiterate that this mitigation proposal would have far-reaching implications for the right to roam of residents of North Cary and visitors and long-distance walkers on historic rights of way which link with the Monarch's Way national route which passes through the proposed development site adjacent to Cary Station. Thank you for that.
My name is Chris Edwards, Chair of Banfield Parish Council.
I'm going to focus on three key issues. Firstly, with reference to the location of the land to north of Ansford Hill. The site is, relatively speaking, detached from the main settlement area of Ansford and Castle Cary by virtue of the A371 main road. Therefore, every single pedestrian journey to and from this site to the town centre, to local schools, surgeries, churches, etc., has to cross over this busy A road. Although no marked zebra pedestrian crossing exists either adjacent or near the site, with cyclists facing similar difficulties when dismounting. School children walking directly up Ansford Hill to and from Ansford Academy have to cross over the road, as the single footway is not continuous. Some parts of the footways are only 1.05 metres wide, nor does it have any safety barriers, therefore subjecting children and adults having on a predominantly unsafe and potentially hazardous route. Furthermore, the site does not have any adjacent bus stops along its boundary. Down Ansford Hill to cross over the main road at a partially obscured road junction to get to the nearest bus stop on the B3152 station road. Due to the poor pedestrian connectivity to and from all local amenities, except that is the station, and I emphasise this point once more, the site's detached location utterly fails even the most basic road safety elements. The site would, in fact, be the largest housing development in the area, but it should be realised it is located furthest away from the town centre, and families would find themselves beyond the practical reach of the local community. Alas, it would appear the safest option for local travel would be to drive the relatively short distance to shops and facilities, resulting in increased vehicle usage, pollution, significantly adding to local congestion. Disappointing, as we are all being urged to walk or cycle to local destinations instead of driving. Please take note that not a single extra car space has been included in future local infrastructure commitments. And increased car movements would simply bring gridlock to the local road network within a small rural neighbourhood. Site surface water from the field. Due to the significant gradient running downhill, mainly towards the northeast corner of the site, the sheer volume and force of surface water runoff from the 200 new homes, drives, patios, pathways and roadways would undoubtedly put drainage groundworks under enormous pressure, though the proposed attenuation storage capacity would appear to be insufficient to handle extreme flow rates from heavy bouts of rainfall. However, we understand that the water would then flow from the storage tanks to a new head wall culvert and then into a single pipe running under the railway embankment to the north side of the railway line that has previously been subject to localised flooding. The car park will be situated, although not yet started, as planning approval that was given in 2000 provides specific conditions, namely the removal of industrial contamination in the ground and flood prevention works. Let me repeat that last bit. Flood prevention works. On the southwest corner of the site, the Ansford Hill and Station Road junction has frequently flooded, causing traffic delays and general inconvenience to walkers and motorists. Indeed, just a few days ago, on the 30th of October, this main road junction was flooded for part of the day after moderate rainfall. Turning now to foul water discharge. We are also concerned about the movement of sewage from the site. As the technical drawings show, there is a possible public foul pumping station. Yes, I repeat the word possible. To mechanically pump effluent from the lowest part of the site up to the top of the hill into a combined sewer located at Ansford Hill. This would result in high energy usage and would have a considerable impact on sustainability and increased carbon footprint issues. However, in the event of random electrical power cuts, it is vital that a contingency plan has been assigned as an alternative method for shifting effluent away from the site. Otherwise, a sudden stoppage would be an extremely serious matter. Of immediate action regarding the management and regulatory control of sewage disposal deserve the utmost scrutiny. In consideration of this, I wish to refer you to the findings of a detailed report by Dr. Lisa Thomas from Bath Spa University with reference to the Wessex Water PR19 business plan dated September 2018. Out from that report. In relation to the efficiency of the sewage treatment works at Castle Cary, for example, their estimate for the number of new dwellings between 2021 and 2025 was 170, only 170. And together with increased flows from the nearby Crown pet food factory. These amazingly low estimates, the developments at Station Road alone would increase flows and loads over and above future growth estimates. By mid-2019. From the sewage treatment works discharge point and downstream towards Cary Civil Parish is in a poor state, both chemically and ecologically. It is a very minor river at this stage, subject to very low flows, and carries an unacceptable burden of pollution from several sources further upstream. However, followed by torrential rainfall is certainly not ideal when planning an extensive housing development on a slope. With reference to the potential integration of yet another large housing development on the periphery of the community, it is irresponsible for the water additional sewerage operations at this time is already overstretched. We therefore ask that know precisely what additional resources have been installed at the sewage treatment works at Castle Cary, and to verify that they would have the necessary infrastructure important productive resource, and one that would continue to sustain the natural rural character of this local landscape, this being an irreplaceable and an environmentally prominent location should warrant special consideration and protection, and free from the negative effects of urban sprawl. Our parish council firmly opposes this development, and but I have copies to give you.
Whilst we're waiting for Mr. House to take his seat, this is ID 6, just to make sure that we're.
Yeah, that's
ID 7.
Good afternoon, I'm Graham House. I speak on behalf of the Castle Cary and Ansford Neighbourhood Plan Group. I'm a retired professional planner and I've lived in Castle Cary for 9 years, nearly 10 now. Joined the Neighbourhood Plan Group in 2017. The latest version of the National Framework tells us at paragraph 15, the planning system should be genuinely plan development plan. Our development plan includes our recently made Castle Cary and Ansford Neighbourhood Plan, on which local residents spent much time and effort in the hope and reasonable expectation that such effort would be rewarded through consistent operation of the statutory decision-making process, so that our adopted vision became a reality. Context for the neighbourhood plan may be helpful for you, madam. As you're aware, neighbourhood plans are intended to fill in some of the gaps and describe the way forward at a local level in greater detail than the more strategic approach of the local plan. This could have been the approach taken by our neighbourhood plan, but matters were substantially taken out of our hands by the submission of several major planning applications well before we could prepare the neighbourhood plan. Adopted in 2015, showing the direction of growth in a broad strategic way, we had hoped that it would be followed by further planning documents, setting out in more detail the way in which development of this area, a major urban expansion for Castle Cary and Ansford, might proceed. Possibly one might have expected a master plan of some kind, which could have included phasing requirements for the sequential release of sites, guidance to developers on pedestrian and cycle links to the town centre, wildlife corridors or important views. Unfortunately, none of this was to occur, and instead, starting only weeks after the adoption of the local plan, we were faced with a series of unrelated planning applications for development of different sites in the direction of growth. Without any real reference or any clear idea of how they might together become a meaningful expansion of the town. The outcome was that by the time we were able to make significant progress on the neighbourhood plan in 2017, permissions had already been granted in outline for development of almost 500 houses on 5 large sites, covering a substantial proportion of the direction of growth. Overall, by the time the neighbourhood plan was in a form ready for submission to the council, there were commitments for a total of around 650 new dwellings, very substantially more than the minimum requirement of 374 demanded by the local plan. Consequently, much of what the neighbourhood plan might achieve in terms of positive planning within the direction of growth, directing development in ways which would meet local needs, this was no longer possible. There were several large brownfield sites in the town which had remained undeveloped for many years. And we wanted to prioritise for development before the release of further irreplaceable greenfield land. So against this background, undeveloped brownfield sites and developers clamouring to build on greenfield sites, many more houses than had been anticipated, The approach of the neighbourhood plan was to say, yes, we understand the need for more housing, but we already have permission twice as many as the minimum requirement. And there are other things to think about here. So let's just hold on a minute until we see how we cope with the permission. In planning words, policy HOU2 is worded to require a pause in permitting developments in the direction of growth, so we can assess the impact of the development schemes which have been permitted and allow the provision of new infrastructure to catch up before, where and when any further development might be permitted. This policy is in the form recommended in May 2019 by the independent examiner, who unequivocally supported our approach and noted that it was consistent with the advice of the then paragraph 16 in the national framework. The neighbourhood plan finally reached the stage of being made and becoming part of the development in September 2019, just over 2 years ago. So we now have a clear and independently supported development plan policy, which requires a pause in granting of permissions, the specific aim of making sure we have a chance to review how this town has fared as a result of the construction of houses already committed. There was some 650 in all, representing an increase of nearly 40% in dwellings since 2011. Slightly different approach. Mr. Roach's proof of evidence shows us the population of Castle Cary and Ansford increasing from 3,308 in 2019 to 4,920 as a direct result of permissions already granted. This represents a proportional increase of 49%, which is a figure for any other settlement in this district. A 49% population increase is a very significant concern for a small town. We simply don't know how the schools, the town centre, the doctors, the dentists, the roads, the car parks, and all the other facilities in our town will cope with an increased scale. That is why our neighbourhood plan requires a pause, so we can understand what the effects of 650 new houses have been, and all development sites outside the defined development area, which fall outside the direction of growth. I acknowledge the policy HOU2 does not explicitly apply outside the direction of growth, but it's evident that if this appeal were to be allowed, would bring further unknown pressures on local fundamental objective and purpose of the policy, which is to bring about a pause in development here. Suggested that the neighbourhood plan cannot be regarded as up to date. I draw attention to the important point. It was drafted and approved in the full knowledge of the absence of a 5-year supply of housing land. At the time of the preparation of the neighbourhood plan, the housing land supply in South Somerset stood at around 4 years. The available data tells us that while the supply is still less than 5 years, when I wrote this, I was looking at the figure of 4.6 years that I thought was in the statement of common ground. I believe it is at that point, I assumed it was greater than when the neighbourhood plan was adopted. So I say it is still appropriate to give full weight to a policy prepared and approved in the full knowledge of a land supply less than 5 years. It should not be regarded as out of date. The weight given to it should not be diminished because of the absence of a 5-year supply. You can't say to us that our plan is out of date because of a 5-year, because of the absence of a 5-year. The HOU2 essentially places greater weight on local neighbourhood circumstances than on the district-wide absence of a 5-year supply, explicitly supported by the independent examiner. And we now ask that you, Madam, do the same. I'm surprised to sit in a planning inquiry for half a day and not hear the word sustainability mentioned. So I claim the first reference to it, since you specifically asked that is this a suitable location for housing development? I say to you, well, Mr. Edwards has very wisely given you numerous reasons why this is not a sustainable location for housing development. He referred particularly to the need to cross the main road to get to the town centre, and I draw your attention the fact twice the footways are not continuous on both sides of the road. So important local facilities, the school, the toy box school, the community hall here, the 1610 Fitness and Leisure Centre, they're all important local facilities and really very difficult to access by foot or cycle from the appeal site. So I suggest to you, Madam, that this is not a sustainable location for housing development. The reason for refusal says that the appeal proposal will be contrary to policy DP1 and the aims and objectives of the Castle Cary and Anford Neighbourhood Plan. Mr. Crawford and Mr. Wallace will tell you the nature of the conflict with DP1, and you will hear and have heard representation of others in support of that case. I also note the significant and harmful conflict with DP1 caused by the adverse effects on the character and landscape setting of this settlement. I agree this is the main issue to be addressed, and I fully support the objections raised. However, I also draw attention to the additional wording in the refusal reason, which says, talks of conflict with the aims and objectives of the neighbourhood plan. They're not specified specifically on the decision notice, but I submit that aims and objectives here include the requirement for a pause in the release of housing development sites, as set out in policy HOU2. The history and reasons for which I have described. So if a genuinely plan-led system is to mean what it says, then the fundamental requirements of up-to-date development plan policies, which clearly point to a refusal of planning permission in this case, must be given the greatest possible weight. I say to you, the system calls for a plan. We've made a plan. We've been told by an independent examiner that it's a good plan. The people of Castle Cary and Anford resoundingly voted in favour of the plan. So all we ask now is, please, can we stick to the plan?
Vicky Nobles. I'm a resident of the area and I'm a founder member of the local Dame since 2009 local development of the area in and around for the benefit I wish to cover two topics. local concern, and the Monarch's Way. A number of attendees this morning that this proposed development is of considerable local concern. In fact, this is the tip of the iceberg. If organised with the support of Cary Town Council and the Parish Council and many local tradespeople, an offline petition. That petition respectfully requests that the planning inspector dismiss this appeal. And by 1,461 people who live in, visit, know and love Cary. Adam, could you advise the best way I can share this petition with the inspector? Post to the case officer, or the completed forms, or a hard copy PDF, or soft copy? Which would you prefer?
Let me have a think.
By way of.
Is that the petition?
Yes.
Can I take that then?
I can give you a copy. That's the original. Driven by petitioners, it's driven by their objections to the needless loss of unspoilt rural landscape and anger at the unthinking threat to local heritage. Cary Station to Ansted abuts the proposed forms part of the Monarch's Way. I wish to address its importance as part of the journey King Charles II took after losing the Battle of Worcester in 1651. The Lord of the Manor in Cary refused to take him in. So, having hidden himself in a ditch, he stayed the night in one of the oldest houses in the parish before leaving for Trent the next day. Should this housing development be built, users of this state roads, street lights, and motor vehicles. The green field and the view will be gone, as will the romance of that part of the King's journey. In our view, the proposed 200 dwelling site represents an urban development insensitive to its rural setting. The developer's revision to insert a green strip between this development and the adjacent Monarch's Way does not resolve this whatsoever. It's a sop offered late in the day. Finally, Madam, may I suggest that in addition to the roads and footpaths near to the site, you take the opportunity to visit Haddon Wood in the parish of Ditcham. It's located between Sutton and Alhampton and adjacent to the Monarch's Way. This side position above Walters Lane has wonderful panoramic views, notably over the station site onto Ansted. There's far greater visibility of the site from Haddon Wood in Ditcham parish. The photographs supplied by the applicants in Walters Lane would suggest. Adam, I wish to thank you for your consideration.
A bit more about Monarch's Way. Do you have anything that can show me the full extent of the Monarch's Way? Because presumably this part on the site is a section of it.
It's, I think, 650 miles.
Yeah. Okay. So just get a feel for, the extent of it.
Yes. That's from Worcester all the way through to Kent. Come down via the
Okay. And like a tantalising little snippet of what it's all about. Is there anything more that, explain a bit more about Monarch's Way?
There's one person here whose house is supposedly the house that King Charles II stayed in. In fact, she's going to speak with it, so Shirley might be able to provide a bit of colour.
Dr. Mark May.
My name is Mark Main. I'm here as a in the Cary parish adjacent to where we are, and I'm also a founder member of the Cary trying to look after and try and ensure local development being appropriate and for the benefit of grateful mission very close to the site of the proposed access to the development we're discussing today. That survey came out with and the issues and implications that are raised. Copy of the report from Traffic and Road Safety Consultancy, Moss and Young, has been lodged with yourself and with the applicants and BC. Survey measured two-way traffic flows 24 hours a day for the 2 weeks from the 13th of September this year. The daily mean two-way traffic flow was some 5,800 vehicles, with 85% of those passing between the hours of 7 in the morning and 7 at night. This means that a vehicle will be passing the proposed access site into the proposed development every 9 seconds. Just hold that thought. At the time during 336 hours of the survey was the hourly mean recorded speed in both directions below the 4 hourly intervals when mean speeds were within the speed limit. All of those were uphill between the hours of midnight and 4 in the morning. Our speed of vehicles throughout the 2 weeks of the recording were in the region of 39 to 40 miles an hour, both uphill and down. Approximately 10% of all those vehicles were HGVs, by which I mean vehicles with 3 axles or more, and concrete carrying lorries. So we have vehicles passing the proposed site every 9 seconds, the vast majority of which are travelling at 10 miles per place. 1 in 10 of them are HGVs. This, despite the fact that this particular section of the A371 has a plethora of traffic markings and signs installed by highways to slow the traffic down. Into this location, acknowledged Castle Cary and Ansford neighbourhood plan as an HGV hotspot, the applicant threatens to impose a development that by their calculations will generate hundreds of vehicle movements per day that would either be slow starting traffic, cars or cyclists, pulling out into the speeding traffic, or decelerating or stationary traffic, negotiating the planned right turn lane at the site axis. This right turn lane seems to be designed using geometry from the manual for streets within 30-mile-an-hour limits. Will therefore be too small for the location. Too small means not enough room for cars to slow down, stop, or queuing results in a possible stationary traffic in the fastest downhill part of the road, just around the blind corner. This section of the A371 has seen at least involving injury or roadside damage over the past 4 years. Clear evidence of drivers making errors of judgment or failing to stop, and an indicator of their speed for the prevailing conditions. And will be exacerbated in wet weather. We'll return to them in a moment. Cars as a means of transport in a location such as this should be minimised as much as built-in sustainability must be the objective of any new development. And despite this location being right beside the railway station, the applicant predicts that only 25 movements per day will be in that direction. to and from the station, out of a total of approximately 1,000 daily movements generated by the site. Development to Castle Cary and Anston. Schools, shops, services are all within approximately 1 mile, all therefore accessible within around 20 minutes, at least 3 miles an hour. This assumes a fit, unencumbered adult walking on the flat. The reality will have children, will have pushchairs, or maybe less than fit, and the walk will inevitably involve uphill sections, either on the way or on the way back, and will take a lot longer than 20 minutes. The worst of it, though, is that to get to any of the schools, the shops, or the services, these pedestrians along an unimproved narrow footpath that we've had described, along the northern edge of the A371, and then, to make it worse again, they have to cross the A371. If not twice, depending on where they're going. There is no safe location or designated crossing for pedestrians to cross the A371, reachable by the footpath currently in place. The applicant has made no suggestion to date as to how this situation may be remedied. This leaves parents, children, able and less able adults having to brave the narrow footpath, an extremely hazardous crossing in particular, in close proximity to regular, speeding traffic in both directions. Inevitably, these dangers will drive people to make their journeys by car. Exactly the opposite of that which should be encouraged for our planet. So now we have both serious safety implications for drivers, cyclists and pedestrians created by the development, accompanied by a complete lack of sustainability. The negative impact that this proposed development brings, the increasing car usage for short local trips to Castle Cary will in turn undoubtedly swamp the already limited and much valued parking provision. In summary, the Highways Authority has submitted opinion that the B71 is able to accept the additional traffic volume generated by this development, and that with a limited alteration to road architecture and geometry, the access to and from the proposed site is acceptable. This advice makes absolutely no reference to the safety of the various transport modes in question and provides no analysis of vehicle numbers, speed or type using the A road. Development. The road geometry, the traffic mix, the excess speeds and the frequency are not suitable for the imposition of a site access as proposed. Provision for pedestrian and cyclist travel off-site is poor and dangerous. Safety for the transport environment of the A371 caused by this proposed development, and that these safety concerns and the inherent lack of sustainability demonstrated by the present traffic survey data raise serious doubts as to the viability of the proposed development and its location. And we would urge you
Second, Cary History Society.
My name is Pat Peckin. I'm a Castle Cary Town Councillor and I was chair of the Neighbourhood Plan Group. I was a founding member of Cary, and I'm actually speaking to you today with wearing the hat of the Cary History Society. I'm going to be very brief. I'm not going to cover any of the ground anybody else has covered so ably, but I just want to bring a new perspective perhaps into the conversation. We all know about the footpath from the railway village up into Castle Cary town. It's an ancient trackway. It dates right back to the Neolithic times. We've got evidence of the Stone Age people occupying Castle Cary. And all of these ancient roads and trackways go right the way back in history. And they shouldn't be just rubbed up for no purpose. There's also the visible carriageway that went across the field diagonally when the toll roads were introduced, because the ancient trackway was too steep for the horses to be able to pull carriages and wagons up, so they had to build a new way going immediately across this field. However, the real concern about with the Cary History Society is the effect of the proposed development on the character of the landscape around our rural settlement. It's a landscape issue from our point of view. I have here a description which appeared in the Castle Cary Visitor magazine. And I'm not talking about the modern Castle Cary Visitor magazine, I'm talking about the old one. It appeared around 120 years ago in the Cary Visitor. It appeared in 1900 under the heading "As Others See Us." It's an extract from the Bristol Observer, 1900. There are very few towns of small size in Somerset that are so pleasantly situated as Castle Cary. In most instances, the mere presence of the railway, and a multitude of minor circumstances, destroy the idea of the town being in the country. But Cary is situated a full mile from the railway station, and that mile is across meadows of refreshing sweetness, so that the visitor is suddenly surprised to find that he has reached the spick and span little town without anything of the nature of dust, smoke, and noise that are the usual attendants of town life. It still applies today. To build on this field in question would do actual harm to our town by destroying forever the rural approach to our little market town. And this harm would be irreversible. Please don't allow this to happen.
Oh, searching.
My name is Shirley Lane. I live in the and have done for almost 30 years. Can you hear me? Yes. So I know the area very well. And I'm a hostile planning application and one very little regard for the residents of Castle Cary and local people are angry, hundreds of them. So far, the application has been comprehensively turned down, and it will be interesting to hear reasons is struggling to accommodate a surge in population and a huge increase in traffic. Winding, they were never built to accommodate the volume of traffic there now. Another increase in pressure. One, and that is access to the site. There is only one and only vehicular access to the site, and Somerset County Highways have raised no objection to its position. As far as they're concerned, it is perfectly acceptable. And, and dangerously wrong. If the development goes ahead, it will mean another 200 houses, up to 400 cars, and perhaps 500. The access is on the very busy A371 on a steep hill, very narrow pavements, and just 150 line bend. Sadly, much of the traffic, as you will have heard, are coming right at the line bend much too fast. As Mosney Young's report, commissioned by Cary, confirms there have been a number of accidents, and we have a serious problem with speeding traffic. Pedestrians hoping to cross the A371 are in considerable danger to use the footpath at the railway station, which borders the proposed site. Drivers leaving the site must negotiate traffic coming up the hill to take a huge gamble as to what is on the other side of Blind Bend before turning right to go down the hill. Motorists should never be expected to take those kind of risks. So, one access on a busy main road on a hill with Blind Bend and heavy traffic fast. I submit the recipe for damage and danger, and one which will undoubtedly result in future accidents, including very dangerous accident, is reason enough to dismiss the appeal. Thank you for listening to me.
That is Tom Lennon, right?
Yes, ma'am, that was my understanding.
Check my emails in case someone's got anything.
At the YouTube, I gather it's been down for some time.
Right, okay.
Is there did say that you wanted to representations on, but it would be on Zoom rather than on YouTube.
Yeah.
And he does have the details to be able to attend.
So is he on Zoom now? Oh. Yeah, you might need some support.
Yes. Go out of order and just see if there's other people here.
Yeah. Okay.
And then come back to Mr. Lennon.
Speak up before Tom Lennon. Gillian, Gillian's coming to.
Good afternoon, Madam Director. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you can hear me. My name is Chris Puncher, and I'm the practice manager at Millbrook Surgery in Cary, and I've been asked by the GP partners just to present this statement regarding the new proposal developments. So the registered patient list size at Millbrook Surgery as of lunchtime this morning, when I went back and had a check, was 6,246 patients from our catchment area. Surgery has seen a gradual increase over the last 20 years. However, the rate of increase has accelerated year on year, most sharply recently due to new housing developments either side of Station Road. In the 2 months to the beginning of October 2021, the list size had increased by 8.5% from that of the same 2 months in the previous year, 2020. During that same period, however, patient demand on the GPs and their service had risen disproportionately by 26%. Practice had forecast for an increase in population and staff expansion has been achieved accordingly. However, the less predictable increase in demand, the pressure on services continues at a high, although currently manageable level. We understand the proposed new 200 house development to consist of a mixture of 4, 3 and 2 bedroom houses, allowing for a potential residency of 800 people. A conservative impact on Millbrook Surgery may result in 50% registration of these new residents. This would equal 400 additional patients. With maximum impact, obviously, 100% of 800 new patient registrations. In this situation, in order to maintain the current quality of care and level of accessibility to the services at Millbrook, further recruitment will be necessary. This would include both an additional doctor, this would include both an additional doctor and significant increase in other staff, both clinical and clerical. In the current climate of staff shortages in all sectors of the NHS, this will prove very challenging. An inability to maintain a safe staff-to-patient ratio will inevitably see the current high standard of care compromised. Such an increase in population will also realise difficulties with accommodation in surgery. As many of my friends in the room here know, the surgery is situated in a housing establishment, and there is very limited room for expansion of the building. Due to this, the practice already operates a hot desking model, and further flexibility can be built in using innovative solutions that allow GPs and clinical staff to work remotely when appropriate. Clearly, however, there are limitations to this, and the need for physical expansion of the building will be noted. Consideration, therefore, of any proposed new dwellings in this area, if the need can clearly be demonstrated, must be supported by plans to develop all of the local infrastructure in parallel and not in retrospect, in order to maintain the equilibrium that only justice exists in the small historic.
The point I wanted to make, I think I've covered.
Okay, thank you very much. And now Macmorland Hunter.
Hi, my name is Mel Macmorland Hunter. I'm the secretary of the Friends of Havenwood, which is actually, I've had my thunderstone slightly because it's been mentioned very ably by Cary. I just thought it might be useful for people to be aware of a little bit about the wood itself. It belongs to the Woodland Trust. They couldn't supply a representative today to talk, but their view is very much, as you may not be surprised to hear, in favour of wildlife and but they are concerned about levels of light pollution and emissions from cars. I mean, the wood is unusual for the Woodland Trust in that it was driven originally, is enjoyed and is managed very much by the local community. And the footfall in there is enormous. Hundreds of people use it, dog walking, nature rambling, the schools are going to be doing forest schools there, etc., etc. So it is an important asset. It's not just a piece of wood with trees planted on it. We have medieval ridge and furrow as part of it, which hasn't been planted for obvious reasons. And it is, as has been pointed out, in line between Ditchett and the site, and that field is visible from an enormous part of the wood, hence the light pollution. We are actually very pleased to see that deer and weasels and wildlife, we have a big wildlife on there as well. We have to do a toad patrol every spring to stop toads, frogs, and actually crested newts being run over on the way there. It's just an asset we want to preserve. We don't want to jeopardise in any way. So the Woodland Trust's attitude is please no more.
Mum, apparently if we turn off the microphones here, then it will work. Yeah. And we can go to the Zoom. I can continue Mr. White's Eurovision analogy now. We will go to our online Zoom if he's there.
There's on there.
No.
We asked. Is that working? We asked Tom. I did try to find him on, but unfortunately I wasn't able to. He does have my email address, so I said that if he had any issues, he would email me directly, and I'd be able to assist him. So hopefully, if he's not online at the moment, he will email me, and I can ask him to provide it to you in writing. Yeah, was he here this morning? He was. So Helen Robinson.
Public inquiry. With your permission, I will submit 2 submissions, one with my private resident hat and one as parish councillor, as a fellow parish councillor kindly left the room this morning when we were. Cary Parish Council letter was sent to the inspector, to you, Mum, and is available on the South Somerset website, but it might be useful to read a section of their concerns to you this afternoon. Cary Parish Council is a group serving parishioners living in 4 small separate civil parishes of Alford, Lovington, North Barrow and South Barrow. These lie in the Brew and Cary valleys, the rural hinterland landscape to the west of Ansford and Castle Cary, downstream on the Brew Valley. They look to these larger settlements for their secondary state school education, local shopping facilities, services, including the medical practice, and employment opportunities. Such residents also use Castle Cary Station with its mainline access to London and the rest of the West Country, as well as regional services via Bristol to Weymouth. As a result of feedback from our parishioners, Cary Parish Council discussed the history of this application and the proposed appeal by the applicants at its meeting on the 12th of October of this year. Following a full discussion, councillors agreed unanimously to support the people and Ansford in their opposition to this development. Whilst the discussion touched upon the potential traffic issues at the proposed access onto the A371 at Ansford Hill, and on a personal aside, as a mother who negotiates 5-3 to go to school, I would hate
to have to negotiate the A371 and the side draft of the massive trucks that go along, including concrete and dairy tankers. There is obviously a strain on the existing facilities and infrastructure of the town. The primary concern by the parish council was in regard to the principle of developing the appeal site in view of the substantial and irrevocable harm that would thereby be caused to the attractive and distinctive landscape character of the area. The A371 and Ansford Hill form a natural boundary to the town in this area, beyond which it opens up into highly attractive open countryside, including the open aspect of Castle Cary Station, the setting of which includes the appeal site, forms the so important first impression of the area for many of the tourists and visitors arriving from all over the country. It is the start of their journey to and through the historic market town that is Castle Cary, and onward to the further delights of the area, such as the Newt in Somerset, Halsworth Galleries at nearby Bruton, etc. The sympathetically designed complementary facility currently being developed by the Newt in Somerset in the old creamery factory and the former unsightly scrapyard at Station Wharf adjoining Castle Cary Station, already approved by South Somerset on the 25th of March of this year, will further enhance the attractiveness of these combined facilities to visitors and residents alike, and the importance of preserving the open aspect of their setting. Castle Cary Station serves a wide catchment area in mid-Somerset. This includes the cathedral city of Wells, Glastonbury, Clark's Shopping Village and Street, the world-famous Glastonbury Festival, which happened to fund the second pedestrian overbridge and station ticket machine, and events such as the NAS Festival held at the nearby Royal Bath and West Showground. GWR intends to expand car parking facilities at the station by a further 193 spaces on land previously used as a yard and workshop to the northeast. This underlines the continued growth in the importance of this station to visitors, residents, and employers in this part of Somerset. This followed approval given by South Somerset on the 15th of November 2019. Any further housing development in Ansford and Castle Cary, both now and in future years, should not be approved at the expense of sacrificing and irrevocably destroying the long-term attractiveness and distinctiveness of the northern edge and setting of these historic settlements. This area includes Castle Cary Station and the adjoining old creamery factory, both of which are undergoing substantial capital investment to the benefit of the local economy. Instead, the natural beauty of this area, which includes the appeal site, should remain sacrosanct from such an inappropriate development for present and future generations of visitors and residents alike to continue to appreciate and enjoy in the years to come. Carrymore Parish Council therefore respectfully request that this appeal be dismissed. Jim Shannon, Chair of the Parish Council. As a private resident, to complement the Care for Cary paper petition, I drew up an online petition. 516 signatures have been counted, and they signed to the following statement. I oppose the Hopkins-White proposal of 200 new houses in the field above the Castle Cary Heritage Railway Station. I wish to protect the landscape around Castle Cary and Ansford. The landscape setting of the town, which is set in rolling countryside. The peace and calm of the public footpath will forever be compromised by urban development on this site. is integral to the stunning view across to the Mendips and Glastonbury Tor from Ansford Hill. Rail travellers appreciate the glorious rural setting of our pretty Victorian rail station. I support South Somerset's planning refusal to build on this farmland due to the extreme harm it will do to the setting of our historic market town of Castle Cary. I support Castle Cary Town Council and Care for Cary's opposition to the appeal lodged by the applicants, Hopkin and White. There is no identified local need for this huge housing estate. The majority of these houses are unaffordable to local people. I am already concerned by the heavy traffic on the A371 and worry that 200 new dwellings and the necessary cars will increase the risk of accident and pollution. Castle Cary has more than fulfilled its share of new housing under the South Somerset local plan. I am concerned that our local infrastructure, including schools and medical facilities, are already under severe pressure. I wish to protect the character and local distinctiveness of the landscape setting of the town. I wish to conserve the beauty of the countryside for future generations to enjoy. Green open spaces are vital for our mental health and well-being. Ma'am, a valued landscape is a technical term, as we have heard this evening. But ma'am, the signatories of both the paper petition, the online petition, and those attending today feel passionately that this is a valued landscape. They feel it in their hearts. It is valued by the people of Castle Cary and the surrounding villages. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Is there a paper petition as well?
They have it there.
Yeah.
That was in the box.
Thank you. So paper petitions. Do you have a copy of your paper petition? Yeah, absolutely fine, as long as I get it before I go. Right. Godfrey Jeff Phillips.
My name is Jeff Phillips, a long-time resident of this area. 15 years in Cary now, 16 years. Used to be here. I'd like to speak on behalf of my wife as well. Rare in itself. Both appalled by the building developments recently carried out in Castle Cary. Some of them are tasteful, some of them are distinctive, call it hideous. On what we would look on the main road, the A371, as a natural, not a natural, a boundary across the Cary landscape. But once you reach that boundary, 200 houses, how many more? How far, how much further? Like the many eloquent speakers, I must say that the appellant's representatives, good points, and I was almost swayed until I heard that there's a shortage of housing in South Somerset, but Castle Cary have done far more than their share. the water runoff, rainwater runoff from this proposed development could be a problem. We've certainly heard that our water would be a problem. And I really cannot understand how anybody can suggest that sewage be pumped uphill and into our sewage work which is already overloaded. Mothers with children are not going to walk from this development to the schools, video school, especially in poor weather. They are going to drive. It's already under pressure, as we have heard, are our medical services under pressure. The poor little kids, God bless them, will have to be ferried backwards and forwards. Looking for somewhere to park or driving through even, we cannot actually sustain this amount of traffic. They have made valid and highly important points. Other speakers. Looking through my notes, there's little more that I can add to what others have said. All the talk about the environment, the national environment, the world environment, that anybody can drive the destruction of our world, our town, our country, like this, just for what? I strongly oppose the planning application as unnecessary and damaging in the extreme. Thank you very much.
David Anton? Here. And the last on my list, Helen Cleveland. A lot of the points I was going to cover have been well covered, and I would say the duplication. So through what I was going to say. So my name is Helen Cleveland. I live in Alford, one of the parishes close to Cary, and I think I'll just cover two, based very much on my personal experiences of having lived. The first going completely off the piece. I've lived next to the River Brue since 19. When there was a lot of flooding on the Brue, a regular occurrence that the river flooded, causing a lot of problems in Alford, which is in the late 60s, I think it was, the Bruton flood control scheme was put in place, and since then we've had no flooding. Although in the last 2 weeks, certainly had water flooding. So it's always been a bit on a knife edge. We shouldn't be building hard surfaces over a vast area, sloping down into that catchment that have previously been solved. And it's just about coping. So that's my first point. Safety on planning applications, of which they have a limited budget for dealing with these things, but there is a theme that has recurred. They're very much focused on theoretical capacity of roadways and not the actual particular roadway and the impact of the people who live along it. It's very clear from the objective data that we've had at the CT survey that speeding, the traffic on the A371 is speeding. It's not a safe crossing, as is currently the case, nor are the routes. But this is by the Highways Authority when looking at this application. There is some very relevant parallel we've had on developments along the B3153, which is the road that comes in at that rather awkward junction just below the development site. 3153 are particularly relevant. What was relevant is, I think, what the planning inspectors said fairly recently when both contradicted the line taken by our Highways Authority. Then one, the inspector noted that insufficient attention had been safety implications for pedestrian and cyclist use, stretches of road without footpaths. He observed that local concerns raised on these issues reflected his own observations. He turned down the appeal, notwithstanding the he had raised no objection. He also confirmed that in cases where highway safety, as opposed to capacity, are at issue, it's not necessary to demonstrate severe traffic impact. The other inspector, on a different application, came to very similar conclusions following his own inspection of the road. He concluded that notwithstanding the theoretical capacity of the road, it had not been shown the likely traffic consequences could be accommodating without causing danger to. I flag this because there is relevant precedent with our particular highway authority and in this particular area. And I'd also like to make sure there's no misunderstanding that proposed pedestrian crossing on Station Road will not in any way assist 371. It's just in a completely different area of the road. That did seem to be a little bit unclear from some of the paperwork. And of course, in any developer is pushing back a bit on the funding on that. On the traffic, I think, is just, I just think it's so important. The key point for me on this is the objective data, and especially the objective data on speed, showing that proposed road configuration has not been adequately engineered based on incorrect assumptions, serious safety concerns. That simple fact itself is a basis for refusing the appeal. Would like just to say that the neighbourhood plan, the neighbourhood plan, it will contribute to unsustainable transport because of the lack of employment opportunities in Cary. Yeah, to work. what Cary needs is choice rather than more homes at the moment. Well, the natural escarpment down to the Brew Valley, and then raises some quite unsettling questions about the impact of unsafe road conditions for other road users.
And so thank you for your, patience today and for conducting yourselves in such an orderly and understandable manner. So that's really helpful to me. Thank you very much. Quick think about where we go from here today. So if that's okay, is there anything you want?
No, thank you.
No, okay, all right. They will resume at 42 and 3:45. That's all right with everyone.
Is there any way we can test whether we can hear outside of this room?
Yeah, turn that off.
Yeah.
It's hopeless. Keeps breaking up. Well, it's the meeting that's going on down there now. The speaker keeps breaking up. Written out. I know they've got troubles with it and can't seem to sort it out.
There's two congestion, but wants to have a meeting when it's all going to be a foregone conclusion anyway.
We'll see. Yeah.
Okay, I'm in. I'm unmuted. Are you hearing anything? Okay, cool.
Do you mind if we swap?
So I turn it off.
Testing, testing, testing.
Yes, we'll get on with it then. If you get it right, I'll listen. You know it's wrong, obviously.
Test. Test.
Hey, thought I'd turn this off. Still hopeless, isn't it? Yeah, so it appears.
Can you hear me? I wasn't expecting to speak today. I was thinking I might speak tomorrow, but I'm very glad to have the opportunity, and many thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm old enough to remember when there was rationing in this country. And the coast around this island were barricaded by wolf packs and various other unpleasant things. And at that time, it was a great effort for the government at the time to feed the people. And the population has grown considerably since that time. And we actually probably cannot feed our people now in extremis. Therefore, I beg that you take into consideration the fact that every time we take a green field, it is something that our children and grandchildren might well need in the future. It is very important, and particularly in this case, when there are other developments. There is a brownfield site of quite a reasonable size within about a mile and a half of the site that is in question. That's really all I have to say, but I think it's important, and it's countrywide. We must try and preserve arable land for future generations, because it's easy enough to build houses on flat green fields, but it's extremely difficult to grow food where they have been. And I think we're going to need that food with climate change and all the other vicissitudes that are going forward now. So I beg your indulgence, and thank you for letting me speak. That's it.
Thank you very much. I think that's going to be it for today. We still to iron out, so I think we're going to spend the rest of the afternoon thinking about that. So if nobody has anything further they wish to raise,
Mark, just one point related to some documents. We've been going through the core documents today, and the core document I-12 is the LVIA submitted by Red Bay Designs. Fortunately, it's been omitted from there, the figures that were attached to that LVIA. I've discussed this with my learned friend and his team, and there's no objection from them to update what should have been there in any event. For completeness' sake, you should have all of the figures that were submitted as part of the LVIA. We don't have a hard copy yet, we have a PDF version, but we can print off a hard copy for you for tomorrow morning if that would be easier.
Okay, well, I've got this much. So is it figures attached
It's
to the end of this?
Yes.
Okay, well, maybe just the figures then.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
That this inquiry will continue in this fall tomorrow.
Certainly going to open tomorrow. We've got to hear from tomorrow. But dependent on where we are with IT, you know, I want to be satisfied that people can watch this away from the hall as much as possible. Well, and you're all welcome to return week with a fair wind. So it will open tomorrow, but I'll keep you abreast of anything that changes.
Thank you.
Any other comments at all? Yes.
Say one thing. My name is Josh Smines, a local resident. I just wanted to refer to your. You did make reference earlier on to making site visits and being guided around, which I hope you will be doing so.
Yeah.
There's been references to the views of the landscape from the Haddon Wood area, which is more to the west. I would also urge to ensure that you go in a car north and travel back southwards towards Cary to see the landscape from that, so up the A371, looking back down.
Yeah.
That's the only issue. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't think I mentioned that this morning, but I will be doing a site visit. I'm not sure why I didn't mention it. It's probably just in the kerfuffle of everything. Site, and I have walked parts of it just to, on opening the inquiry. But yeah, I will be doing this. I've got a walking tour, 30-minute walking tour, and various agreed viewpoints and so on, and some of the points picked up today. So site visit at some point, maybe that I do that site visit whilst we're sorting out our IT, something like that. But yeah, I will be doing that. Okay, anything else? No? Okay, lovely. Well, I'll adjourn now at 10:04 and we'll resume again at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.